Good morning. Hello, Daktari. Daktari, can you hear me?
Is it Dr. Langatu with Daktari?
Or is that Dr. Ochodo? Hello, Dibal.
Is this meeting on? Hello, host. Is the meeting on, or we can check? Let me just double check, Professor check, and then I come back to all of us.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me for a while. Okay, we can leave the breakout room now to the main meeting area so that everybody can have access to what we are saying, the VIP area. Thanks.
Recording.
All right, if our technical department, the national anthem. Well, it seems there's a problem there, Beat. So we shall just, all of us, oh yeah, there we go. Good.
Man.
All right, thank you very much, our technical team, for that national anthem, though we had actually sang it before, but nonetheless, thank you. We continue best with the program. And I had mentioned that, yes, it is Halford Lukac who said that you cannot whistle a symphony. It takes a whole orchestra to, of course, come up with a symphony. And I want to acknowledge the partners of Kenya Diaspora Alliance, who also have made this event be, of course, live now and happening. I just want to acknowledge the disaster COVID-19 task force that
Sorry, you're muted.
Tech support, can you unmute the bar, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The tech team seems to be unmuting me. I'd unmuted. So I shall just go back to the beginning. In case you didn't hear me, I was trying to acknowledge our sponsors as well. And I was saying that, yeah, you cannot whistle a symphony. It takes a whole orchestra for you to come up with a symphony. And I was acknowledging, some of our sponsors. We have Diaspora COVID-19 Task Force, also Africa Center for Technology Studies. And also we do have with us National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, and Kenya Federation of the Kenya Federation of the Juakali sector as well. We want to acknowledge them who are making this event happen today. So we want to continue apace with our program. And as I mentioned, for them that are joining us right now, I'm driving this particular webinar with my co-host, Jibril. Jibril is all the way from, Gracie Jibril is all the way from the US. And also I'll just give you a handy opportunity, Jibril, to just introduce yourself. I can see most of our delegates also are coming in right now. So in case they'll see your face along the way, they'll know who Gracie is. Over to you, Gracie.
Of course, Debarl. Thank you so much for just including me. My name is Grace Jibril. I'm here in the Washington, D.C. area. I'm CEO of LVG LLC Consulting, and I really look forward to a fruitful meeting. I look forward to great information sharing, and I look forward to everyone having relevant questions and us supporting this process. Thank you, Debarl.
Thank you, Mara, very much, Jibril. So we shall be driving the show with Jibril. Moving on. So right now, because of interest of time, I can see it's 15 minutes past 3. We just want to just give a snippet of, the housekeeping rules, just to lay the groundwork working already so that you can be in the know. Kindly just remember that, yes, this is a virtual event. Most of the times people forget to unmute when they're speaking, like I was doing, or maybe the technical department will be doing that and they forget as well. So kind of also remember to always look at, your mute button. If you're not speaking, kindly just switch it off. If you're speaking, remember to put it on as well. And we shall have, a Q&A session, and that particular session will be hosted will be tackled by Gracie. So as we continue with the program, kindly, if you have any questions that you want to raise along the way, we shall give you a handy opportunity for you to do that. You can fire away questions to the panelists. Jibril will be tackling that. So that can be happening on the chat session there, on the Q&A as well. So she shall be able to be, sampling some of the questions that you'll be, expressing along the way. And if you have also, there's, the reactions there, you can raise your hand if you want maybe to a clarification on a point. If you want maybe to make a comment as well, I could be able to see that particular hand, and Jibril and I will be able to facilitate that particular moment for you to express maybe your comment or your question as well. Remember, we're pinched for time because we have a lot to cover, and we're looking forward to a very interesting, engaging conversation. I think this is something that is so dear to heart to everyone because of the current torrid times that we're living in with COVID-19. it has really brought our ingenuity, it has really brought our creativity to bear. And in light of that, many people also, they're going back to traditional foods. We realized, oh, it is when we're struggling to come up with a vaccine and how do we combat COVID-19, we realize the traditional medicine, many people were gravitating towards and saying, oh, it is the honey, it is the lemon, it is the ginger, all these concoctions, maybe they could cure COVID-19. Then there was a lot of, reactions all over the world and people wondering, okay, this has not been certified, but how then do we bring this perspective and conversation to bear today so that we can see what is a place of traditional foods? What is the place of indigenous medicine as well? What is the legal framework around it as well? And that's why it is very important to have this conversation. So we have—
Indeed, Jabal, if I may add, it's amazing,
Please.
because even here in the United States, organic foods and organic medicines are a boutique and extremely expensive model for healthcare. Total self-care, total healthcare, in addition to just exercising and dieting, are really becoming a bit a key component to add when you talk about not just indigenous foods, but very healthy and organic foods and medicines that are derived from it.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jabril. So we want to continue best with that conversation, just to drill deeper. We have experts here who will take us through. But I want now to introduce to us Engineer Charles Kalumba, who also will just give some opening remarks, then we continue with the program. Engineer Charles Kalumba, I saw you. You can take the session right now. Are you ready?
Sorry, Brother Debal.
Yes, please.
Just a minute silence in honor of our two befallen industrialists.
Yes.
In quick succession, Dr. Kirubi and Mr. Mirali, please, if you permit.
Yes, we can actually do that. These were iconic figures in the country who they trailblazed, the industrial sector in this country. We lost Kirubi, we lost Mirali in a span of 1 month. And we can just take a moment. Yes.
Lambo, may I suggest also to add Mansukh Patel of Solai Farms.
And
Mansukh Patel of Solai Farm as well. Yes, and also veteran journalist.
Exporters of vegetables.
And all the Kenyans and friends of Kenya we have lost due to COVID, especially, and other ailments, please.
Yeah, also Hilary Ngweno, a veteran journalist in this country, he died yesterday. So I think that will be also a good opportunity for us to just observe a moment of silence in honor of our brethren.
Yes. Hilary Ngweno, yes, include him.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, and may the good Lord rest their souls in eternal peace. Thank you. Right, let's just continue with the program. And I'd mentioned Engineer Charles Kalumba just to give us an opening remarks for this particular session before we proceed with the program. Engineer, over to you.
Thank you very much, moderator, Mr. Dibal and your colleague. We are delighted to be in this meeting today. I'm representing the Kenya National Federation of Juakali Associations. Kenya National Federation of Juakali Associations is one of the umbrella organs in the country that brings together the micro and small entrepreneurs together. And it has been on board since the reign of President Moi, through the reign of President Kibaki, and now with President Uhuru Kenyatta. One of the things that we focus on is really creating synergy in the institutional synergy, looking at what ministries are supposed to be doing to the entrepreneurs, what organizations and agencies are supposed to be doing. So it's a lobby group, is really a lobby group that lobbies policy change and policy shift and many things of its like. Now,
I think what's happening is we keep getting a recurring invitation to the VIP room, and I think it's a bit distracting. So he may have clicked on it. Maybe we get some assistance with that.
Engineer Kalomba, are you there, please?
Dr. I think we saw the VIP room pop up, and I think he clicked on it. And yeah.
Okay.
Are we in the VIP room right now?
No, it's closed now. So maybe we can go to the next guest, Debal or Gracie, please.
It looks like we may have lost a ball. Thank you, everyone. So part of the things that we will be doing is a bit of an overview of what the day lays out. Our VIP speakers will be coming in and speaking. And as Debal mentioned, in the interest of time, we ask that everyone keep on schedule. I suspect, Dr. that Debal is in the VIP room because I just saw right now I'm looking at the invitation to join the VIP room. It keeps popping up just so the tech team knows this is happening.
Yeah, thank you, Gracie. Yeah, that seems to be also confusing me a bit, the VIP room. So I think that was a bit of confusion, but nonetheless, thank you for tackling that. And thank you, Engineer Charles Kalomba, for your sentiments as well. Let's just continue with the conversation and with the program, and invite now Dr. Shem Ochwodo to also acknowledge some of the VIP guests that we have in the room today, and also just give us a broad overview of today's webinar as well. Over to you, Dr. Shem Ochwodo, and then you'll have that handy opportunity as well to invite over
Thank you
Dr.
very much,
Manu.
Debal. Colleagues, we're grateful you could be in the house with us. I'm not sure if Dr. Moses Langat is in the house. On behalf of our partner, TapTap, UK, London, Moses works at the Royal Botanical Gardens, taking care of Her Majesty the Queen. Just 2 minutes to say hello, Dr. Langat, if you're in the house, please.
Thank you, Dr. Shem Ochwodo. I am in the house and I'm pleased to be part of this wonderful conversation that is going on. I should say that I'm a member of the Kenya Diaspora Alliance and I'm based in London. As you have rightly said, I'm a research leader at the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew. This is a plant and fungal institute that has been here since 1800 and it was begun by Princess Augusta. So it's a part government under the Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. And what we do here, we look at different aspects around traditional medicine and indigenous foods. So our colleagues look at the moment with crops and their crops wild relatives and many aspects around the topic of the day. So I don't want to take a lot of time, but I want to congratulate the team for what they have done. This is actually wonderful, and we look forward to a wonderful discussion. Thank you, Shem.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All the way from Jamaica, Caribbeans, Brother Bashal James, President, Africa Diaspora Alliance. Just say hello for 1 minute, please, if you're in the house.
Good morning to you, distinguished persons. It's really great for us here in Jamaica to be joining with you in what is truly an important event. Traditional medicine for us is timely. And I look forward to not just connecting today, but to connecting on a continuous basis. We wish you well, and we look forward to your sharing with us the knowledge that you have. Thank you. Have a great conference.
Thank you so much, Mr. Co-President. Without much ado, the Africa Diaspora Alliance was incorporated in North Carolina 2 weeks ago. The headquarters is going to be in Kenya, and the rest you'll be hearing in due course. Mzee Dr. Manu Chandaria, 2 minutes, please, to say hello, industrialist, please. Dr. Manu Chandaria is first diaspora ambassador. Mzee Chandaria, the floor is yours. Please unmute, please. Chairman, unmute. Yes, now we can hear you.
Unmute. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Many years back, when Mr. Ogego was the Kenyan ambassador in Washington, I visited Washington to meet him. And he asked me, how about going to some 80 miles from there, Delaware? And I said, sure, we can certainly go to Delaware. And I said, what's the issue? He said that where we would like to meet the first diaspora gathering. So I went over there, spoke to them, and officially started the diaspora gatherings in all over the country. And this was the first attempt. I think that the diaspora can do so many things that so many other countries are doing. It's unbelievable. When I spoke to Mr. Ogego, Ambassador Ogego this morning, he said he's now in Saudi Arabia. And so Saudi Arabia is the third largest receiver of funds from overseas workers or overseas people who earn of Arabian. So it's a great opportunity, not only just sending money, but becoming a part of an economy over here. Either economy, if not economy, there are lots of social services like hospitals and a number of other things that we can do together. So I welcome everybody and thank you very much, Shem, for giving me some time to say hello.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chandaria. We thank our co-organizers, Kemri, Nakosti, ACT, Juakali Federation, and Kenya Diaspora Alliance. And Nakosti and ACT CEOs will be speaking. So when they have their turn, they'll talk about their organizations. Briefly, Kenya Diaspora Alliance is a federation of 44 diaspora associations with a combined nominal membership of 250,000 Kenyans across the globe. And we are a member of the AU ECOSOC, the body that brings non-state actors at the union together. KDA represents East Africa region, which is 14 countries from Madagascar, and I particularly mentioned Madagascar for reasons you may know, all the way up to Ethiopia. I'm told for the past 3 or 4 months, not a single person has died of COVID in Madagascar, contrary to what we read in the media. But that notwithstanding, colleagues, we are going green, okay? Many would be wondering, we thought a lot of people would be dying like flies in Africa because they have very weak health systems with COVID. Today, we are not only talking about health, we are also talking about healthy eating. And the Jubilee administration, President Kenyatta has identified the big 4. What we are talking about today addresses 3 of those. We address food security, we also address universal health coverage, and we address industrialization. So it's only affordable housing we are not talking about. And it's only by going green that we are able to fulfill and those requirements, meet also Vision 2030, AU's Agenda 2063, UN SDGs, we are addressing a number of them. At the end of the day, how do we put money in the pockets of Kenyan youth, our women, and our men as well, particularly those in the rural areas? I may just mention lastly that the diaspora is a gold mine. Professor Ogada calls it the diaspora industry. We are the major donor. All bilateral and multilateral donors put together only bring half of the monies diasporas bring. So the new sheriff in town really is the diasporas, bringing into Africa $80 billion, 3.3 billion into Kenya. How do we convert that to create jobs, decent jobs and opportunities? Lastly, as we go forward, 2 major events are also upcoming. Obviously, with elections coming into Kenya next year, the diaspora are keen to participate, to be also registered to vote, be part of the Kenyan DNA as we elect our leaders next year. but also we are going to have the 6 excellency governors that will be participating with us today, and we don't take it for granted. We salute you. We'll be talking with you, and we'll be doing similar for your county specific, for Kisumu, for Makueni, for Kisii, for Vihiga, and even Kericho, and even any that I may have forgotten to enumerate. Otherwise, thank you so much for your time. We look forward to fruitful deliberations, and we will also keep you posted. Please type in any questions you may have on the chat space, take advantage of it. And over to you, Debal and Gracie. We really appreciate you. Thanks a lot, Mzee Chandaria and Professor Maria Were. You are our heroes and heroines. Be blessed. Over to you, Debal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shemo Chwodo, for those remarks. And indeed, the future is going green. The future is green, as they normally say. And even here in the country, we have the governor of central bank talking about also the finance. The future of finance is green. And that's where the world is headed right now. When we see it's not about just the profits at the bottom line, it's about the people, it's about the planet, and it's about the profits. So as much as you are extracting from the environment, how much are you giving back to the environment? That is what people are talking about, sustainability, and all that also is predicated on the SDGs, as you mentioned, Dr. Shemo Chwodo. So we are going green, and sustainability, we can see the climate change and what is really happening around us. So what does that really portend as far as also traditional foods are concerned? What does that portend as far as science, technology and innovation is concerned? And that's why we deem to have this particular conversation to be very timely, because there's a growing realization on the importance of science and technology and innovation in improving agriculture, and of course, ultimately food and nutrition security. And with most developing countries at various levels of socioeconomic fragility, STIs, they really offer some options to realize the untapped potential of agriculture that is essential in enhancing food and nutrition security. Yes, Gracie.
Indeed. In fact, I have Jessica Musilla, who mentioned in the comment section, there is a need to document the indigenous foods our people ate before colonialism that are disregarded today. And what's interesting about that is even the United States government, the White House recently released an executive order through the Biden administration that specifically outlines tackling climate change crisis at home or abroad. This allows for a lot of African nations, including Kenya, to take advantage of some of the programs under that. And as we move forward, I'll probably be sharing some resources on some of the government agencies that are working with the Biden administration and are open to partner with organizations within Kenya. Back to you, Debal.
Interesting, Gracie, because I know also about the Green New Deal.
Yes, absolutely.
That is the whole Green New Deal that we have Kamala Harris and President Biden also rolling out. So how does that really portend with the climate change? Yes,
indeed.
Yes.
And if you look at the PowerPoints that we'll share with the KDA website, you're going to see that every single association and farming organization has that executive order, and they're open to taking advantage of it. So over to you, Debal.
Thank you. And so we realize STIs are key drivers of economic and social development. And inherently, if STIs policies are well integrated into national development strategies, combined also with institutional and organizational changes, it can help raise agriculture productivity, improve the country's whichever country competitiveness, support also faster growth, and also create jobs. And that's why this conversation, we need to also just get granular and get the facts and get the figures, and we know where we headed, where we at, what is the future as far as organic food is concerned, as far as indigenous medicine is concerned as well. So right now, I want to take you just way over to Kisii County. For us who are joining us from diaspora, Kisii County is a very fertile county where we all have the matoke. If you happen to know what matoke is all about, that delicacy is a staple food of Kisii County as well. And we happen to also have the governor who will be joining us as well. Before we even head there, I want to acknowledge the presence of His Excellency the governor of Vihiga. That is, by the way, my home county. Yes, His Excellency Dr. Wilbur Otichilo. I saw him early here. I'll just give him a moment to say hi to the people, to also acknowledge that, yes, we have, governors who are here and they're keenly following this conversation. And of course, after all this, that will be documented by our rapporteurs, and we'll have a very, very good recommendations as well. I just want to give him just a few seconds before I go with the program. Governor Otichilo, if you're there. Dr. Wilbur Otichilo, Governor of Vihiga.
Thank you very much for this meeting. I'm very excited to see you. I haven't seen you for quite some time.
Yeah, it's been a while.
First and foremost, I want to thank the organizers of this meeting. It's a very important meeting, and I want to thank my good friend, Shemo Thodo, and all those who have organized this meeting. I've been looking forward to attending the meeting, and I'm happy I'm here. I am enjoying what I'm listening to, and I look forward to more in terms of learning what we can do. And I want to thank our brothers and sisters in the diaspora. They are doing a good job. As Shem said, they're actually the biggest investors in this country as regards to foreign exchange. So we are very happy, and I look forward to this meeting up to the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you very much. Right, let's just head over to Kisii County. I'll be remiss maybe to just I'll be remiss if I also don't acknowledge the presence of James Ongwae, if he's here, the governor of Kisii, so that we can continue and just tell him, yeah, there's this one person who's called Elias Mabiria, who's doing a wonderful stuff in Kisii County. Do you know about him? What some of the technologies that he came up with from the US? Yeah, he's a returnee from the diaspora, and he's brought, a lot of innovative ways of improving the livelihoods of the young people in Kisii County. So if you hear, Your Excellency, I'll just want to appreciate you as well, and then hand over to Elias Mabiria as well, just briefly. Your Excellency. Well, for the interest of time, I don't think he's here. He'll be joining us much, much later. But Elias is here. We want just to get a snippet of what is happening in Kisii County, right? Unbelievable stuff. You won't believe it. At least I know what he does there, but I don't want to take the thunder out of his presentation. So I will just hand over to Elias to just give us a snippet of a tour of Africa Solution Technology from rural Kisii. Yeah, this is a diasporic incubator cum accelerator, and what he's doing with young people there. So they're going to run us through that particular presentation together with Sarah Ochangu. Over to you, Elias.
Thank you very much, Jabal. I can't be more thankful. Thank you so much. Yes, we're right in Kisii. I want us to have a small introduction of what we do. In the interest of time, I will let Sarah just make an introduction. There's a young person who's doing wonderful things. And by the way, that we have Dr. Chandaria in the house. She says when she grows up, she wants to be like Dr. Chandaria, because Dr. Chandaria is her mentor. I mean, it's just amazing. And she says one day, her happiest time will be to see Dr. Chandaria. So it's just amazing. Sarah, take us through.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please allow me to share my slides.
And I hope, Sarah, you have only 8 minutes, right? So
yeah,
at some point I'm going to
yeah,
so
I'm only...
don't be disappointed if I try and interject. Over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Sarah Ochangu. I'm the CEO and one of the founders of BocaFits. I'm also one of the founders of African Solution Technology. Together with the Kenya Diaspora Alliance, we are partnering together so that we can address problems of unemployment in African youths. Yeah, since we started, we have tackled a number of projects. These are the number of projects which we are doing, either production, essential oil, animal feeds, banana jam, value addition, banana fiber with different applications, soap making and liquid detergents, industrial burners, pans and cooking skillets, pig iron, vegetable drying, hatching and poultry and briquettes. We train all these projects. Also together with we are partnering with the national, county and local leaders in assembling the youths and also in empowering young people in the community so that they can believe it will be done. What we have done so far, we have made the industrial banner, which is used in industrial applications. And we also do hand sanitizer, We make hand sanitizer from agro waste, like remains of sugarcane, and for the addition of banana to make banana jam. We also make biofuel from waste together with charcoal briquettes. This is renewable energy. We also make the cooking pans from metals, the waste from metals, like those who are familiar with the aluminium. This is the one material with the one raw material which we are using, and we make the animal feeds. And what we have done, our progress now, the main achievement we have done, we had an investor from America who visited our incubation press, and he was interested with the animal feeds. So far what we have done, we have an ongoing construction of our new factory where we are going to start to make animal feeds, where I am the CEO and one of the founders. I welcome Mr. Mabira to take over. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, that's great. Thank you so much, Sarah. We most appreciate it. These are the young people in the countryside. Sarah's history is very simple. After high school, she was not able to get a place full-time at the university because of financial difficulties, but she went to manufacturing, and now she's ahead of this. In the interest of time, I'll walk you through what we do here in the building. And if you see the blue, we have the blue tanks here. These are the fermentation tanks where we ferment molasses, and after fermentation we'll take it down here in this tank and we'll have it distilled, and then we'll come up with this sanitizer, which is also a product that we make out of the ethanol that we produce. Now behind here is where we have our storage for the raw materials that we use to make animal feeds, and then just behind me here is the main machine that we use to process the mixer and the hammer, where we mix this, and then we have the animal feeds ready. And behind there being a small community, I don't know if you can show there, those are ready animal feeds which are packed in 70 kilo bags, and also in 2 kg for the local community, which is around here. Now, just to give you the banana fiber, we process the banana fiber from the pseudo stem, and then we do have this, which is used for different applications also. I don't know, let's go down here. This will be able to produce ropes, and if you're in the farming community, ropes are the lifespan, the live stream of farming if you have cattle in the small scale. Now, there's a paper here. This paper comes from this. We do get a lot of waste from the fiber. Whatever is waste here, which cannot go into human hair, we will be able to process it and have this paper. So this paper is used by the young ladies. They're working on a project whereby they will make center towels for high school kids, which is going to be cheap and very healthy because it's organic. So we are very excited that we do have this coming up. Now, the very interesting thing also, from the banana steel, the main product is banana jam. If you're in Kisii, please make sure you taste the banana jam. It's got a great scent, and I love this. This is done all by the young people using simple equipments. And at the time they are only packaging in glass bottle because they're using water bath system for canning. Thank you very much. I will go down first before we're done with the banana. If you come down here, these young people, they have developed this machine. We can go down a little bit. Yes, this decorticator was fabricated locally here in the small market, and that's where they have made this fiber, which is in the human hair. This is ready to be done, and then this is how it comes. The first time it comes from the banana to be like that. Now, this machine will also use the sisal, and this also works very well in the farming community. Now, let's go back to my most interesting, the best, I think I call it the best. We use many herbs in Kisii would be used to extract essential oil. And this one is one of the best things they're doing. And the machine to do the extraction of the essential oil is actually fabricated by these young people in the village. Just because somebody from the diaspora, members of the diaspora came together and said, let us do something for the youth in the villages. Now, the fiber, let me go back a little bit, the fiber. There's a group of young people who have been able to use a twinning machine, which also they fabricated actually somewhere in Rodi, and they were able to make this product here in the village, and they're looking for a market to be able to create employment for where they are. Now, this is dried vegetables. This is saga, which is a very beautiful vegetable. I think my favorite, and they are able to dry this under a conditioning without the direct sun, and then they are able to have this, and it is done here in the village. So these young people are serious. They want to make the best of them. Now we have metal waste. For example, here we have a lot of border, which is having a lot of wastage from aluminum. They are able to melt that and be able to cast this, and they can make skittles and other products. So the first time they do this, like this one is the first thing they do, they make pickles of this from any waste, and from here, they will be able to have other young people to use it. Now, the last one is going to be the ability to melt. So these young people have developed a burner. If I can bring it up, this burner here is able to produce heat enough to be able to melt any metal. So this burner is locally fabricated, and it can get up to 2.5 million BTUs. This is a more British way of measuring heat. And then this is a smaller fashion. There will be a bigger fashion, which is very, very handy for melting any metal that we want to do it. And then we also have raw materials locally made to produce this. Now, recently, if the time is finished, I will take exactly 1 minute from now. This is not an ordinary rock. This is iron ore in Rule Hills, which we brought here at Nyacheke, and made the first thing that we did, that's pig iron. Pig iron is the first stage of processing iron ore to be able to make steel. So from here, the next stage is to reheat this one and remove the carbon content, reduce the carbon content, so it will be smoother iron. And then from there, we should make cast iron. And from cast iron, we are going to process further to remove the extra arrays. Then we are going to have steel. Thank you so much. I don't know what I've left behind, but the young, if possible, the face of the young ladies who sit behind there, these are the young women who are working with me. The others are outside in the field, but these are the young people working to change the lives here in Western Kenya, because as our one of the guests, Dr. Jandaria says, we must have industrialization as a way of fighting poverty, and that's what we're doing here in the village. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to share what our young people are doing in the village. Thank you so much, and God bless you. What have I forgotten? Sorry?
Yeah, open to partners.
Okay, Sarah is telling me that we as the young people here, they are open to have partnerships with everybody. Already we do have with the diaspora. Actually, like for example, Dr. London in Texas, and others who have come together. Dr. Karomba has been very helpful, giving advice, and others. So we do have support from the diaspora, and we look
if Sarah
forward.
may just pan the camera so that we can see you. Yes, fantastic. We can see your face.
Yeah,
good, now we can see.
Sarah is aware, and we're using the computer. This is our first time to do camera work. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Thank you. We are most appreciated.
Fantastic.
Debal, I'd like to add, we're getting some pretty good comments coming out. Thank you, Elias. Ruben Chanshanda says, thank you, Elias and Sarah, for value addition information. We need to network and exchange ideas. We also do research and value addition to indigenous fruits and charcoal briquettes at Kefri. Then Baraza Mutoro also stated, store essential oils. I suggest, ladies and gentlemen, store essential oils in glass not in plastic, as it may react in plasticine. So that's just a little note for you guys. Elias and Sarah, we have notorious invasive alien plantain Laikipia. Help, help, help. I think using your approach can be made useful. This is Irato Masiani. So we're getting a lot of interesting comments, and I'll continue. To you, Debal.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Gracie, over there. And Elias, thank you for that wonderful presentation. I didn't know, there was a bit of the banana fiber, and we were chuckling a bit with Gracie at some point. Yes.
Don't start that stuff. No, Debal, don't start that stuff, man. We need to have our weaves, and any way we can get some weaves that are expensive, let Elias and Sarah produce and develop and give us a little bit of a chance to be a little bit.
Yeah,
so don't even go there.
The goodness with it, it's organic, so there's no any environmental problems with it.
And one of the things as a hair connoisseur myself, you have to remember with these organic products, they're much easier on your scalp, they're much easier on your skin. You can treat them with some essential oils like amla oil or even argan oil to really give it a bit of texture if you install it. So Debal, listen, wachana na yo maneno.
Fantastic. And the reason why I was saying this, now I'll be looking at my wife very differently. When I want to wrap my fingers into her hair, I'll be asking, is this a banana fiber hair, or is this really?
It's better than relying on the Chinese and spending all our Kenyan money that we should invest. So,
Fantastic. Buy Kenya, build Kenya. That's the mantra.
Amen.
Thank you. Let's continue with the conversation. And even as I do that, I want to acknowledge also Joyce Kwamboka on our sign language, who is a sign language interpreter as well. So we actually three moderators here. We have Gracie, and of course, Joyce as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I can see, Manu, you're raising your hand. Before I proceed, maybe I can give you a moment. Remember to unmute. Dr. Manu Chandaria.
Thank you very much. I think it was very interesting to see it in Kisii. Things happen.
Yes.
I think there was some mention about a repeat of these in other places. What would it cost?
All right.
What will be the cost of a similar setup?
If you want to replicate that, I think that is a question that is expressed to Mr. Elias.
Elias, yeah.
Yep, Elias, that's a question. Yep, yes, please.
Yeah.
What will it take? What will be the cost to replicate this?
Thank you so much. Two things happening here. Space is the most expensive part of it. Equipment is the second part. Training can easily be acquired online, and we have those skills. So knowing that Dr. Chandaria is one of the best industrialists in our country and in the world, we are excited that you're in the house and asking this question. So for example, right now, what Sarah's done, she has gotten to raise up the factory that she has done. She has gotten the support of about 5 million. That's for the construction of the building, and the ability to be able to have equipment is yet to come. So what we're looking at, for us to have an incubation center like where we are at the moment, it will be the cost of construction of building, and we'll make it cheaper than what we have here. Now, if we want to do this outside this building, which is a government building, we are going to put up a shade. In America, they call it the ball barn. The ball barn in America, which is iron on the sides and iron roof at the top. So we are going to have this replicated easily for the structure.
Elder Elias, in the interest of time, just roughly how much would it cost total?
For the building and everything else, let's work at a budget of 6 million. And we have a very good center which can accommodate at least 20 students at a time.
Right, and that's just the ballpark figure. Thank you, Elias, as well. I think we want just to continue with the program. I can see hands are being raised.
Brother Debal,
yes.
You don't know why Mzee Chandaria was asking.
Oh, okay. So we get a response from him. Right, Chandaria, over to you. Just briefly. Remember to unmute.
Yes, I think that we will probably have correspondence because there are a number of projects within that project. All the project might not be necessary to repeat. It could be some of the projects in a certain part where bananas are there, where you can go for a banana fiber. They must not require all the things that they're doing.
Fantastic. Right. Fantastic.
Sorry, the BAL, with permission, Dr. Chandaria Foundation is one of our partners. Actually, we have an arrangement wherever KDA is doing a cancer center, like we are doing with Kisumu County, is putting in some substantial resources. So we will be talking more about this going forward. Thank you. We really appreciate you, Mr. Manu.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Comments are coming in.
Thank you. Thank you,
Martin
Dr. Shem. And
sorry. Sorry about that. We have just a couple of comments. Great work all across the board, everyone. Everyone seems to be extremely excited. I have Martin Olo stating, I think we need to visit you, Elias, to explore your collaborations. So I see some partnerships potentials through here. Wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Gracie. And I acknowledge you also, Millie Menga. I can see your hand raised, but I'll give you a handy opportunity as well to just maybe express your question or share your contribution along the way. But for now, let's just keep with the program so that we can actually save on time as well. Right now, we want to get our first special guest speaker on board to just give us an experience of what TapTap is all about, moving remittance to Kenya, and moving remittance also to Africa. We want just to get a brief presentation from him. We'll have 8 minutes. I don't know if we have Sharifa Chibichi, or is it Moses also is going to handle this as well. So if we have Sharifa here, I want just to cross over to you, and you can make that presentation very quickly in 8 minutes. Midway, I'm going to also just alert you. I have a bell here, so I'm going to ring it so you know, hey, my time also is almost done. Yes, a bit of that, just a soft chime for you to, yeah, there you go, so that you can actually be aware that your time is running out. So, Sharifa, if you're around, kindly, the podium is here. You got 8 minutes.
Thank you, Debral, for that opportunity for me to speak. Thank you to the Kenya Diaspora Media and also the Diaspora Association for this opportunity. My name is Sharifa. As you can see, I am a young woman. So I represent TapTap Send, and if you allow me, I'd like to share my screen. Oh, you could just allow me access.
Sharifa, my director, is also pointing out that I should just scale it down to 6. So you might not want to really rush it up. Yes, you continue.
I'm really happy that all of you have mentioned the importance of the diaspora in impacting change and also in impacting the economy of the Kenyan country. Last year, $3 billion were sent from the diaspora to Kenya, and this was through inflows money. And if you compare it with the aid money that's sent by different donors, diaspora remittances is actually tops the aid money that's sent. So what TapTap Send is doing is there have been many remittance companies that have come over time, but I'm glad that all of you really mentioned and highlighted the importance of achieving the SDGs. And what TapTap Send is wanting to do is trying to achieve SDG number 10, where we want to ensure that remittances are below 3%, because over the years we've seen that remittances have been they've gone down in cost, but they still need to go lower and lower to allow remittances to really impact people back at home. So TapTap Send is new in the market. We just it incepted the Kenyan corridor of this was in January, and so far we've been able to ensure transfer of $3 million, and we see that there's a potential of it to grow even more by increasing our user base. So I think one of our biggest I think challenge is that we really want to be able to show the Kenyan diaspora that they can send money at no hidden cost. And this is achievable through, a lot of FX, dealing with FX and making our money in ways that we avoid to charge the customer to pay any money to send back home. I've also seen that the importance of working with different communities, and this is in the diaspora, by empowering community projects in the diaspora. And it's really, I'd like to congratulate Elias for what they're doing. I think the diaspora community can really come in and really, channel in ways where we can be able to support projects back at home. I know of already community groups, and Tap Send allows, if you're in a circle in the diaspora, and this is in the UK, Europe, and Canada, you can transfer money to your circles in Kenya, to your bank accounts in Kenya, to also M-Pesa, so that you can be able to continue, continue to grow these projects like Elias is doing, and other people that I'm sure they have. Also, we are working with Indigenous. We're working with small groups of people who are having greenhouses in the UK, in Europe, and they're distributing their mbogas to people. So this is also an opportunity that, we can continue this Indigenous traditional foods going there. At the moment, we are only in the UK, the UK, Europe, and Canada, and those in America will soon be launching in America. We have no cost at all, and we're really looking to support community projects in the diaspora. So if you're really keen on seeing your community grow, your project grow in the diaspora, I want to say that Tap Send is behind you at the moment. For everyone who's watching and wondering, you can only send money right now to Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, DRC, Cameroon. We're still trying to, spread our wing to other parts of Africa, and hopefully we'll ensure that remittances go below 3%. So I don't know if anyone has any questions, any comments,
I don't see any questions specific, not yet, and I'm sure.
Gracie,
thank you so much. That was wonderful.
Just to say that Tap is one of our partners. We normally don't call them sponsors. For us, sponsors is like begging with a ball, philanthropy, charity. We talk of partnership. So we appreciate you, Sharif. Welcome. Over to you, Gracie. Thanks.
Sharifa, please let us know here in the US diaspora, because when you were talking, I went into my app store to find Tap Send, especially when you hear that you can actually send to SACCOs and you can send directly to banks. Thank you.
And the important thing is that there's no hidden cost when you transact money, and we don't plan any cost at all to anyone sending money from the diaspora back home.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Sherry.
Yeah, very important, especially when we know the cost of remittance in the country here. It's well, not even just here. Worldwide, it's something which is very, very worrying as well. So I don't know how that is contained. Gracie, you wanted to say something?
I have some comments, guys. So from C. Keleo, I think that might be a sidebar conversation. What is your business model if you have no fee? Baraza Motoro, looking forward to seeing you in Australia. Piranto Masiani, wow, Madame Sharifa, I saw Tapped Up in another platform. You are going places, girl. So Baraza Motoro, we use World Remit. Well, you know what? Tapped Up is coming, Baraza, so get ready. Kipto says, wonderful, sending money without cost. I love this so much. Then Lillian Courier, I think the exchange rate would matter, not even the cost. So we're getting a lot of great comments coming in. Great interest.
Fantastic. And then a round of applause again for you. Thank you. So let's continue pace with the program. And right now we want to hear from, Dr. Samuel Pali. And he's from, UNESCO is going to give us a perspective of the culture, tradition, and the neglected foods. And we know what UNESCO has been doing, a very salutary effort from them in trying to just, maintain, reserve some of the heritages in the world, the culture of the people as well. So if Dr. Samuel Pali or a representative from UNESCO is around as well, we want to just give you this opportunity. And you've got 6 minutes. I'll be able also to just butt in with my bell a little bit to just warn you halfway 3 minutes there. Yeah, you're supposed to be winding up. So over to you if you're here.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and we are very grateful to the organizers of this very important and timely webinar. If you please, I can just share my screen. I just have 2 or 3 slides just to talk on a few critical issues that needs attention and what kind of attention, what kind of actions that we can provide. Can I? Okay, that's good. I hope my screen is very visible to everyone.
It's perfect.
Okay, wonderful. So yes, so my name is Samuel Pate. I work as a program specialist at the UNESCO office in Nairobi. And I'll just be talking briefly about some critical issues that needs critical actions when it comes to indigenous and also neglected foods that we have in Africa. So just to get into the scene, we all know that Africa faces a lot of challenges when it comes to food security, health, nutrition, etc. We are getting a lot of people getting obese. If we check the statistics from the 1980s up to date, obesity has been increasing at a very astronomical rates. And then the issues of malnutrition and undernourishment. If you look at the current food security report that was produced by the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN, it poses like very serious challenges for Africa, which means that we need to really look at our food systems. We know that indigenous foods can play very critical roles, especially when it comes to reversing the issues of malnutrition, food security, even in refugee camps and other disadvantaged, communities within the continent. But why are these indigenous foods not patronized? They are not patronized because most of them are largely unknown. I mean, if you interview the 1990s, children that were born in the 1990s, you realize that most of them don't even know the indigenous foods and vegetables and fruits, that we have on the continent. We are also having issues of loss in genetic diversity because of environmental degradation, because a lot of these indigenous vegetables and fruits that we have, they grow in the wild, and because of deforestation and also some unsustainable farming practices, we end up, losing them. There's also limited production. Normally, we can use what we call in situ conservation, to produce, some of these vegetables, but there's very limited production and that is going on, except some of the high value, vegetables, that are really patronized in the cities. There's also limited research and investment support, especially when it comes to, value addition, the market orientations, the germplasm collections. We also have low availability in modern and commercialized and industrialized, markets. And then there's very limited policy support, that is looking at how indigenous, foods, fruits, trees, vegetables, and all that could be major components of food and nutrition we have in the households. And I must say that when we all travel, outside our countries, we tend to yearn for, food back home, and we are very happy to commit any amount of money, to get our ugali and other foods, that's we really love as delicacies in our countries. But these are largely very unknown among a lot of the populace, especially the young ones that are coming up, despite the huge potential they can, have on nutrition and also addressing issues of obesity, health, and all that. So what can be done? So this is really to challenge, the researchers that have been able to join this webinar and also the policymakers. We need to first and foremost conduct a kind of a situation analysis, like I mentioned, a lot of these indigenous food, vegetables, fruits, etc., they are largely unknown. So we need to have a documentation, of these indigenous foods and medicines, really analyzing the enabling conditions, and also using that as opportunity to define the entry points, for investment. This is what we need to be able to get the buy-in of policymakers, by demonstrating, the relevance of these two, nutrition and health, in our countries and also on the continent. We need to also look at, prioritizing interventions, policy actions on indigenous foods and medicines by looking at production systems, germplasm value chains, market analysis. So this is really, something that can inform, a lot of, research and developments, when it comes to these fields. And also we need to also design and implement actions. So the diaspora community can support, research, because a lot of the university professors, they don't have enough funding to conduct research. And most of the donor-driven interventions also face a lot of competition. And so if there can be a way of also mobilizing to support research, development of programs, policies and strategies, that would be great, to support the knowledge, creation and policy supports in the indigenous, foods and their linkages to nutrition within the continent. And then also, I see that initially I thought this was just for diaspora community of Kenya, but I see that there are people joining from all over the world, which is quite, very interesting. So I see the opportunities for, South-South cooperation and also dissemination of, best practices and technologies. And I was very happy to see the innovation from the young people. So these are some of the things that can be learned, across, different countries to, promote inter-country learning and cooperation when it comes to research and policy support on indigenous foods and medicines. So just talk briefly about some of the intervention areas within UNESCO that are related to what we are discussing today. So we have a multi-sectoral approach to strengthen STI systems and governance structures. So here we're looking at food systems, energy, water, biodiversity, etc. Where we are trying to, document and also promote science and technology in addressing some of the daunting, challenges like climate change, food security, water insecurity, energy insecurity, etc. that we have, on the continent. We also have a program that looks at local and indigenous knowledge systems. So this is where we tap into the knowledge of the indigenous people and the local communities, citizen science approaches, that can also help in developing technologies that can help address some of the challenges like, climate change, water issues, food insecurity, etc. We also have a program on intangible cultural heritage and traditional food ways. So this is basically, culture. Food is part of culture. I mean, the food that you eat defines the culture, the ethnicity that you belong. And then we thought that it would be good to also share within communities, how we can produce food, how we can process it, and also have, we did a study in Kenya where the local community were taught how to produce local wine, from cereals, and all that. So this is one of the things that we promote within UNESCO. We also have indigenous languages for eradication of hunger and support of indigenous food systems. So here we are looking at, disseminating, for instance, climate information in the knowledge or in the language that the local communities understand. Because a lot of the farmers that we have, they are not educated, they cannot speak English. So we try to develop technologies in the languages that they understand so that they can have, for instance, weather information in order to minimize the risks associated with climate change, and also reduce the risks of crop failure, boost household food availability, and food security in general.
Thank you, Dr. Samuel.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. I think you were spot on. Thank you for observing the 8 minutes that we'd given to you as well. I just added a little bit of 2 minutes, but that was a wonderful presentation indeed. What you've raised is very, very important. Genetic capacity being lost as well. We are in the spectrum of climate change globally. What does it portend also for the future of our indigenous food? And I know there are a lot of questions. Maybe Gracie, you put a comment or a question along the way.
Sure, I have Baraza stating you are
Yes.
what you eat, and to tie into the presentation. Leland Correa said, indeed, Samuel, there is also the issue of some of them not being traded internationally. Thus, we tend to get less attention. And I think that's what makes us think that some of us think that the items we ate traditionally are less important because we see them growing widely all around us, and we don't look at it from a monetizing perspective. And I think that's what kind of is a game changer. 2 more comments. Samuel, this is a wonderful presentation. Kindly share your contacts for future engagement. Dr. Lucy Mandili and Shiro stated, must be cognizant of the processing of the indigenous foods and avoid losing essential micronutrients. So I love the way we have some experts. I love the way everyone is bringing in their expertise in this, which provides a lot of potential for partnership. Samuel, I didn't understand how you strengthen STI. I don't know if we have time for that, but we can maybe sidebar on a direct conversation with Samuel on that. And that's all I have. Back to you, Dubal.
Thank you, Gracie. And all these are interlinked, and we want to see also what really happens in the academia as far as STI is concerned. Indigenous food is indigenous food is concerned, organic indigenous medicine, I should say, and organic foods is concerned. And this is where I want to rope in the CS of the Ministry of Education. This is Dr. Sarah Ruto, to tell us more where we stand.
Sorry, Dubal.
Yes, please.
Yes, just a little protocol. I do know Honorable CS has been very patient. She's our chief guest. So if you permit, just allow me to recognize Dean Mulozi, President Zambia as Zambia Diaspora Foundation, and also Deputy President Africa Diaspora Alliance, and Professor Mibei and Professor Micheka, Kenya National Academy of Sciences. But before that, we have keynote from before the chief guest, if Madam CS permits, labor. I think the CS is in West Africa, but the PS, Engineer Tum, is in the house. So if you permit, he could go first, then the chief guest.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. And yeah, Engineer Peter Tum is in the house, is the Principal Secretary, State Department of Labor. And he's going to talk to us in regard to converting brain gain into wealth mobilization, intellectual capital, and he's got 8 minutes. Over to you, Mheshimiwa, if you're here.
Thank you very much, Bonadibal, and thank you everybody that is here. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you all to this presentation from the Ministry of Labor. My name is Engineer Peter Tum. I'm representing the CS who is not able to be in, Honorable Simon Chelugui. And he has given me his speech to read. I start by recognizing the presence of Dr. Sarah Ruto, who is representing our CS in the Ministry of Education. The Excellencies Governors present in this meeting, the Principal Secretaries present, esteemed Kenyans in the diaspora, members of the Diaspora Alliance, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are watching from. He says, it is my pleasure to join you during this webinar as I engage you on the topic, converting brain gain into wealth mobilization and intellectual capital. As we are aware, Kenya faces an unemployment challenge which has resulted in an increasing number of our citizens, especially the youth, to seek job opportunities abroad. The labor migration has immense socio-economic benefits to both countries of origin and destination. It is a source of employment and livelihoods for migrant workers, addresses skills gaps in the destination countries, and is a source of the much needed remittance to migrants' countries of origin. It is also one of the main avenues of technology and skills transfer between countries. Migration can therefore be a positive force for development when supported by the right set of policies. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya, like most developing countries, continues to experience migration of its citizens to other countries. Over the years, the number of Kenyan migrant workers has significantly increased, with the number of Kenyans in the diaspora estimated to be 4 million in the year 2019, with over 200,000 projected to be in the Middle East. Kenyans are present in most regions of the world, including Europe, the USA, Asia, Latin America, Canada, Australia, Middle East, and the Gulf region, including some key African countries such as Uganda, Tanzania, South Sudan, Rwanda, Botswana, Lesotho, and South Africa. Kenya has experienced tremendous growth in remittances, making remittance to be recognized as a key foreign exchange earner, contributor to economic growth and development, and as well a catalyst for sustainable development. In the last decade, the remittances have significantly increased, reaching 3.1 USD billion in 2020 compared to what we got in 2004, which was a paltry 104.6 million USD. Central Bank of Kenya data shows that diaspora remittance in April 2021 grew by 43.7% to reach 32.02 billion Kenya shillings. That is approximately 299.3 million USD, from 22.27 billion Kenya shillings, which was around 208 million USD that was sent home in January 2020. Diaspora remittances is currently Kenya's highest foreign exchange earner, as we all know, having overtaken coffee, tea, and tourism. Despite the significant increase, these remittances are still a small portion compared to countries like Nigeria, which is the largest recipient of remittances in Africa, with an inflow of around USD 21.7 billion. And Kenya has a pool of professionals in all fields, and that is what we know, and are not gainfully engaged in the country's labor market. As we are told last time, by a moderator, by our CS, when we had this meeting, we were told that we are injecting into our economy around 1.2 million graduates every year, and the economy of this country can only be able to take around 800 of them. So the remaining 400,000 are then left with skills that can be used elsewhere. This includes teachers, engineers, accountants, financial analysts, lawyers, doctors, and nurses. Kenya also has a sizable number of skilled artisans, such as electricians, plumbers, spray painters, and masons, who could be absorbed in key labor destination countries. The government is currently implementing various strategies to improve labor migration management. One of the main strategies is to diversification of the cadres of occupations accessing jobs in foreign markets by focusing on export of skilled and professional cadres. Ladies and gentlemen, the government is aware of some of the challenges Kenyans in diaspora face in remitting their hard-earned income to the country, which include the high cost of remittance, inadequate awareness by the Kenyan migrant workers on existing digital channels of money transfer back home, especially for the low-skilled workers, inadequate framework to tap into remittances, lack of accurate data on the demographic and socio-economic characteristics of the diaspora, And the government is therefore implementing programs aimed to address these challenges. And Chairman, I'm very happy that there is now a presentation that we were given by Sharif, the tap. And I think that is where we should go. And this, of course, including the improvement of the digital channels, like we've been informed in this meeting, and also the information material and campaigns on remittances as part of the pre-departure training for migration of workers. To improve information management on labor migration, the government, with the support of partners, is developing an integrated labor migration information system as a one-stop data shop for all actors and stakeholders. The program is part of a regional effort which brings together countries of the East and Horn of Africa in improving and harmonizing data systems for countries to improve management of labor migration in the region. A similar initiative by the countries in Southeast Asia has seen a tremendous improvement in benefits, especially on remittances and technological transfer. Other key programs implemented to improve labor migration and increase remittance include: 1, exploring new labor markets, especially in Europe and North America. And as we speak already, the government is in the process of negotiating bilateral labor agreements with the United Kingdom, Poland, and Canada. Second one is developing skills for target labor markets, such as the planned targeted skills development to address the skills needs by Qatar during the hosting of the FIFA 22 Football World Cup. This is what we've been discussing with the ambassador in the ministry. And 3, exploiting opportunities arising from the Brexit, the upcoming signing of bilateral agreement with the United Kingdom on employment of Kenyan health professionals. The other one is strengthening and capacity building of consulates and agencies in order to empower them in dealing with diaspora issues. This will include the deployment of labor and employment attachés to key destination countries. Integration is one of them also of investment and savings in pre-departure training for migrant workers. And then the development and implementation of the return and reintegration programs for migrant workers upon return from their tour of duty. The program will be implemented in collaboration with the private sector and will include investments to ensure wealth creation for returnees. And already we've seen a best case scenario in Kisii, and that is the way the ministry is going forward with. The government of Kenya is also implementing key policy, legal, and institutional reforms aimed at regulating labor migration. This includes the development and finalization of the labor migration policy and bill, which are awaiting approval and enactment by Parliament, respectively. We are also in the process of establishing a Kenyan Migrant Workers Welfare Fund with the main purpose of protecting migrant workers. The contributory fund will provide protection, welfare, and assistance to Kenyan migrant workers during migration, stay in destination countries, and upon return to the country, we ensure that they integrate without issues. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my hope that the deliberations from this webinar will spur the actors involved into coming up with practical and sound strategic strategies to improving the present situation on labor migration. And I wish that these deliberations will be communicated to this country so that we can be able to take it up as a Ministry of Labor. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Indeed, thank you very much, Engineer Peter Tom, for that very intensive and insightful presentation there. And also for the salutary effort that is coming from the Ministry of Labor in championing the welfare of the diasporans. We want to thank you so much for that salutary effort, and of course what you're coming up with. We know the Ministry of Labor, for the longest time, this was a sector that was not really given attention. But since the CS came to the office, and of course in concert with your efforts as well, we can see there's a great deal of attention that is being given to the aspirants as well. And we want to really Thank you for that. And I know this has also elicited a lot of reaction. Maybe Gracie, you can give us one or two questions, comments, maybe for Bwana PS Engineer Peter.
We haven't gotten any as of yet. We do have a poll, ladies and gentlemen. We do have a poll. The first question is, how did you learn about the webinar? The other one is there a topic of interest to you? Are you willing to pay a small amount to attend high quality webinars? So let's get going on our results. Number 4, what method do you use most to send and receive remittances? So there's a lot of great stuff. It's extremely important that we submit these polling questions so that we may ensure that we service your needs wherever possible. I get one from Dr. Chodo, greatly appreciated. Bwana PS, Caroline Wambui. What is the government doing to ensure that low-skilled workers are not exploited abroad? That's one of the things that I hear in the news a great deal about. That's for the CS. So this is for the PS, I'm sorry. Also, can we access the recordings later? Is Loreto has asked that question. So Debal, over to you. One more last question, I apologize. We have some linkages to the YouTube channel, everyone. I know some folks are asking, when you go to YouTube, be sure to save your program so you can reference later and analyze and take some notes. Over to you, Debal.
Right. PS Engineer Tom, if you may want to just pick up on that particular question, the welfare of, the migrants out there, in terms of, how they're mistreated. We can see a lot of this reports as well. Briefly. If you may remember to unmute, Bwana PS. Bwana PS, kindly remember to unmute. Bwana PS, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, fantastic. And now you've unmuted. Right.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I cannot access my video, but I think then if I can be heard, that is very, very important. Thank you for those questions. Yes, we have had in the recent past, cases of Kenyans in diaspora being mistreated. And by the way, as we speak, most of them have had, issues of, we have had some of them dying in diaspora, particularly in the Gulf, the GCC countries. And what has happened is that we've taken over as a government in 3 ways. One is that we are realizing that this low-cadre personnel that are getting into problems abroad are those ones that have been exported out of this country by unscrupulous recruitment agencies. And remember, we have around 300 recruitment agencies that we keep, focusing on them every year, and we have an interagency committee that does a vetting before they are given the licenses. But then we have those that have not been finding ways of exporting our young girls outside this country without our knowledge. What we are doing is that we have come up with an interagency committee with the Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we are focusing on ensuring that within the region now, we are doing surveillance for that kind of vice. The second one is that we are having discussions with the ambassadors of those GCC countries and having our labor attaches in those countries also focusing on companies that have received our people to ensure that then they play by the rules so that we can stop this kind of problem. So it is something that we are working on, and I think in the next few months, the policies that in this region will have been harmonized, and we will ensure that those recruitment agencies are vetted and given the license to export in a legal manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana PS, and hang on as well. We'll have more questions when we'll have the Q&A where we'll have more elaborate time to pepper you some questions as well and get clarification as well. Right. Yes. Thank you so much for the presentation. Right. We want to move on, and right now we welcome the CAS, that is the Ministry of Education, She's coming in on behalf of Honorable Professor Jojo Magoha, who is to be our chief guest as well. But nonetheless, she's carrying the message and the weight of the ministry as well. And I want just to hand over to Dr. Sarah Ruto, who has been amazingly patient since the beginning as well. Sarah, over to you with your presentation. Thank you so much for being amazingly patient. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. PS Engineer Tum, the chairperson of the Kenya Diaspora Association, Dr. Shem, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a singular pleasure for me to be in this meeting, coming from the ministry that has the little tots, all the way from the little tots in preschool to young adults. And I think if we can get children appreciating the value of managu, the value of terere, saga, mursik, then we will have won half the battle. And many of these things, some of the ones that are getting lost are stored in our languages, in our community knowledge. So if we can get the children also talking in the languages where these things are alive, then we will have also won that battle. And that is why this is a very important subject. Please also allow me to use my time to appreciate Elias and Sarah, because for me, they really depicted what is very important for us when we talk about from learning to earning, and that is the value of education. So allow me then to go to the words from my boss, the cabinet secretary, who unfortunately was not able to come and therefore asked me to represent him. So he starts by first thanking the organizers of this webinar and all the participants. I can see there are about 132 participants for coming here to discuss something very important, a singular agenda. COVID-19 has stretched health, social, economic, and labor systems and provoked huge turbulence nationally, in the region, internationally. And currently, almost 1 billion people are undernourished due to the pandemic. Thus, discussing traditional foods and indigenous medicines is a timely topic as it relates to health and nutrition, which is important by every individual in the globe at the moment. The government recognizes that research and development is critical in achieving the desired socioeconomic transformation. The return on investment in research and development are realized where research is demand-driven and the outputs are utilized to address fundamental societal challenges. Globally, science, technology, and innovation are recognized as drivers of various economies, and my ministry oversees STI sector. The country is looking upon us to be at the forefront of transforming our economy and giving solutions to the challenges facing our citizens. This could be done through measuring the country's performance of key indicators regarding issues such as food security and universal health, where traditional foods and indigenous medicines fall. STI has been recognized as one of the foundations for the national transformation, while health as a social pillar in the third medium-term plan of Vision 2030. The Kenya Health Policy 2014 to 2030 also addresses prevention, diagnosis, and treatment leading to universal health care. Both traditional medicine and traditional foods have the potential of fulfilling the aspirations of Vision 2030 and attainment of SDGs 2 and 3 on zero hunger and good health and well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, this webinar has come at a time a lot of attention is in the use of traditional medicines, foods, knowledge, and practices in fighting COVID-19. We all agree that Kenya has untapped potential biodiversity, including flora and fauna, as well as vast knowledge, skills, and practices regarding traditional medicines. In other countries like the Western Pacific region, 60% of the population use traditional medicine to treat various diseases. Establishment of an agency similar to the Nigeria National Medicine Development Agency to spearhead studies, documentation, preservation, and promotion of traditional medicine products and practices is long overdue in Kenya. The Ministry of Education is ready to spearhead the documentation of traditional governance practices and mapping of innovations and startups in the country to identify those with potential of being scaled up or commercialized. The ministry is also carrying out monitoring and evaluation of different research projects to present a status report which will inform the next steps in research and development. Ladies and gentlemen, the ministry under the STI Act 2013 has established agencies to drive science, technology, and innovation and research and development sector to ensure research products are developed and commercialized. NACOSTE, this is the National Council on Science, Technology, and Innovation, regulates, advises, and sets priorities in ST&I. National Research Fund mobilizes resources and funds priority projects, while Kenya National Innovation Agency, Kenya, promotes innovation and enterprise development out of research and ideas. Essentially, it starts from supporting the identification, recording, and protection of innovative ideas to coordinating the establishment and implementation of appropriate policies, standards, processes, infrastructure, and partnerships to nurture the innovative ideas. Therefore, any products and innovation resultant from research and development of traditional medicine and traditional foods should be guarded under the mandate of Kenya. In the current financial year 2021-22, the ministry through NACOSTE has negotiated with the Ministry of Public Service and Gender a performance contract target on STI mainstreaming that will be implemented by the various agencies. We therefore hope to see a stimulation of a new level of research activities in the country as a foundation to national development as envisioned in 2030. The Ministry of Education is committed to support any strategy that will support development of traditional foods and indigenous foods. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for inviting us to participate in this discussion. Thank you very much. From Professor Magoha.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah Ruto, on behalf of CS Professor George Magoha. We appreciate your presentation there and those sentiments, of course, from the CS. And this is where we want to also maybe tease out some of the things you've said and in the form of questions. And I know there is a lot of interest in that regard as well. I'll hand over to Gracie to just begin with some of them. Then also I'll be also pulling out some of the questions that we have for you. Want to see?
Of course, Debarro. Martin Olo says, Honorable Ruto, there are a number of hubs and innovation centers in the country, and we hope a lot can be done in terms of collaboration. Doris Muta states, thank you, Honorable CS, for the great keynote speech. We'll be grateful for information on mechanisms in place to strengthen and fast track the science to policy interface. This has been a great constraint where scientific findings and recommendations take very long to be taken up in planning and budgeting. I think that also ties into some of the agendas Dr. Shem has been working on as it relates to KDA's agenda. Thank you, Debarro. Back to you. I'll keep it going as I get it.
Thank you, thank you. Sarah, maybe you want to just respond to some of those two questions before you proceed?
Sorry, Debarro, if you may.
Please.
So that Honorable CS has the final word. Allow me to compliment the ministries and on behalf of KDA and some of our senior members in the House, Dr. Shiro, all the way from LA, runs a clinic, Auntie Rosemary Musumba, New York, Engineer Mutunga, US, real eminent Kenyans following Professor Utiso, probably the only diaspora ever to be awarded by government, I think EBS. president of KESA. Allow me also to mention, as Kenya Diaspora Alliance, we're very keen. We are actually already in touch, and I must acknowledge my ministry, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Director of Diaspora Affairs is following extremely closely, a representative. We are talking to foreign, we're also talking to devolution, labor, we'll be talking to education. 6, 7 ministries will be requesting that a cabinet paper to mainstream diaspora is put on the table. In that regard, Ministry of Labor, CS, we're glad when CS did accept our invitation to be champion for diaspora migrant rights, welfare rights. So we're really grateful, and we are hoping that our sisters and brothers will help us so that diaspora are anchored where they need to be to push the government's national development agenda. Otherwise, thank you so much. Over to you, Madam CS. And again, thanks so much for your patience. You are the first to join. Over to you, Debal, or chief guest.
Dr. Shem, the PS is hanging on because he has an assignment at the end of the program. So I think he need to hang on so that he can conclude.
Okay, so maybe PS, if Madam CS permits, PS can say a word, a minute, then hand over to Madam CS, our chief guest, to conclude this session. Over to you, PS, Engineer Tum.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chuodo, and thank you, CAS, for that very insightful presentation from your CS. And what I just wanted to say is that as a Ministry of Labor, we are into this process, and we want to assure you that my CS, in the first place, would wish to champion this cause very, very personally, because he realizes also as a ministry, we realize that diaspora remittance that we are talking about is something that should be enhanced. And the challenge that he has given he has also given to our National Employment Authority is that we want to see whether by the end of 2022, we will have pushed the remittances from diaspora to 1 trillion. And we had an RRI activity that we had put in place, my friends, and we managed to get 30,000 within 1 month, within 3 months, up to June from March, of our workers to leave the country into diaspora. So this is something that we will work together. That cabinet memo can be led by my CS, and I promise that as a thank you much.
Right, thank you. Bwana PS Engineer Peter Tum, we really appreciate your time, and thank you for also your sentiments. And we shall also be putting tails to make sure, yes, what you've promised here is actually, yes, put into practice. Thank you so much for your time, sir. I really appreciate. So, yeah, we can actually leave as you'd requested. Thank you. And in the meantime, we can actually hear from Honorable Dr. Sarah Ruto. I hope you've not lost track of those questions. We still have them handy here with Gracie, but I know you might have noted that or taken mental note of them as well. Yeah, we were in Mwalimu.
Thank you. One of the principles we talk about is learning to learn. So I have my chat box also open, and I can see some of the questions. Perhaps just to start us off, I will respond by highlighting 2 things that the ministry has done. While more can be done, I think it will be good to appreciate. And the first one is to ensure that there's a legal regulatory framework that allows the work that we are doing to go on, is inviting for the energy and actions such as what we are seeing. And so in the ministry, for example, we have a directorate of policy and partnership. So we have a place and a space where we can talk and deliberate more. We appreciate that it is our responsibility to be the space that brings together key actors. And therefore, the comment that there are various innovation hubs going out there and that we need to bring them together is very pertinent. One of the things we have done in the educational reform going on, and would like to invite those of you who are not actively thinking about it, is that one of the competencies we are talking about is creativity and innovation. We want our children, right from little tots, as we said, to be developing these competencies. And so that when they go out there as individuals to start things, they're invited back to the development agenda. So this legal and regulatory framework is very important, and creating mechanisms that allow the various actions that we are even seeing through this discussion happening are some of the things that we think are very important. We are just in the process of creating partnership guidelines because we do have the act. And I think if we, and I don't think anybody had really talked about the diaspora, but you see, these are again, the places and spaces of engaging in these processes, so that even if we as actors move away, the policy remains and allows different people to come in. Back to you, moderator.
Thank you, CS. Maybe a brief comment from Gracie. Any reaction before we move on?
Absolutely. Excuse me, Komen mentioned, when you attend or go to a hospital in China, the doctor will ask you if you want prescription for local Chinese medicine or Western medicine. It's just brilliant, just amazing, you see? Shiro says, Shukran, Dr. Shem, in follow-up to your presentation regarding KDA's efforts in Kenya on behalf of the diaspora. Collins Onyango also states, thank you, Dr. Shem. Great work, Dr. Shem from Florence. Your organization is doing a great job. Keep it up. Mila Menga, CS Nigeria, Medicine Development Agency, the parting shot. I think he did give us one. Great work, Dr. Shem. Victor mentions that a traditional medicine research development center would be great. And I think these are some of the things we should think about when we talk about Konza City and some of the innovations that's going to be coming out of there. That's just my thoughts on that. Piranto says, as we address the 10% plant cover for our county, we need to encourage the planting of indigenous plant species in our schools. This is again tying into Honorable Ruto's mention of from taught to, to high school. And now also a center for special and gifted children / pupils. That's what we have so far. Back to you. Back to you.
At the bar?
Yes, please.
I know somebody says China has a whole university for traditional medicines, and we have the Konzas Nakosti is waiting. I want to request we bypass rest questions and we have the other speakers come on board in the interest of time. If you
all right, thank you. That is noted as well. So I will try and move swiftly with the program. So we want to hear, as Dr. Shemochodo had indicated earlier, that we are predicating this conversation, of course, on the Big Four agenda. Save for the housing, we are focusing on food security. We're looking at also industrialization and universal healthcare. And this is where we want also to just bring in Professor Hamadi Boga to talk to us in regard of what the Ministry of Agriculture is doing, especially when it comes to food security. The focus will be on food security, nutrition, health, diet, and export earnings for rural farmers. Prospects for rural farmers, what are they as far as science, technology, and innovation is concerned? We are focusing on organic foods and indigenous medicine, but of course, he slices that indigenous organic foods. So we want to just hear from him. He'll tell us more on the post-harvest, the agro-processing technologies that can really address also food accessibility. We will hear about the biofortification, which can make our foods even more nutritious as well. Right, so I want just to welcome him or a representative. I can see a spotlight is on Dr. Oscar Magenya. Yes, yeah, and so Dr. Oscar Magenya is going to take us through. Good to see you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dibal.
When the last time we met, it was not in Mombasa. Where was it? I can't quite remember. We had a conversation.
Somewhere in Kajiado, I think.
Yeah, it was in Kajiado. Yes.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Fantastic. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Professor Boga was to be but he got a meeting to go and attend some matter in Parliament. So he asked me to represent him. Just to start, I recognize the chief guest, Sarah Ruto, CAS of Education, the governors present, the PSS organizers, partners and all the eminent personalities that we have on the call and all protocols observed. First, we would want to say we are very happy that we have been invited from the Ministry of Agriculture, a recognition that food security is the main thing. If we don't have food, then everything else collapses. But we are happy that we are able to give us a few remarks, and I'll give these remarks on behalf of Professor Bog, as I said. And just to start as an introduction, we are all working towards developing a country paper for the UN food system that is scheduled to take place in October 2021. And these advances are people-centered human rights and social justice agenda, and will be launching bold new action solutions and strategies to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals. Although the summit is actually happening during the COVID, it is the glaring fragility and inequalities in the global, regional, and national agro-food systems. We'll all agree that building on these sustainable, inclusive, and resilient food systems, there is need to examine all our existing systems and policies. And from the ministry, and more so, how to engage the different stakeholders, the government, leaders and policymakers, private sector, civil society, universities, research institutions, the diaspora communities, smallholder farmers, and other value chain actors in shaping pathways for resilient and sustainable national food systems. Thus, there is need to develop vibrant agro-food systems and institutions who are engaged in production and consumption of food, which is a prerequisite to delivery of the country's development agenda and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which aligns itself with the Vision 2030 that goes up to 2030. And from that also we have the agriculture sector transformation and growth strategy, which is being implemented from 2019 to 2029. You can see the time periods, and at the backdrop of that, there's the President's Big Four agenda, particularly for us, it's on food security. The smallholder farmer therefore underpins the sustainable and equitable food systems which support food and nutrition security for the present generations, for posterity in this country, and thus must be an integral part in these discussions of global food systems. We in the ministry recognize that food security requires a vibrant, commercial and modern agricultural sector that sustainably supports Kenya's economic development, national priorities, and commitments to the Malabo Declaration under the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, CAADP, and the United Nations Development Goals. And to this effect, we are implementing the agriculture sector transformation, as I said, which has anchors to increase the ability of the country and individual households to respond to acute emergencies and price shocks with a mix of nutritious traditional staple crops while building resilience to address food system risks. Let me share with you some data. Our country is endowed with a rich diversity of food plant species, but only a very limited number of plant species are cultivated by farmers for food grains, legumes, and vegetables. This phenomenon is not unique to Kenya, but also has global dimensions. For instance, of approximately 350 plant species globally, around 80,000 are edible for humans, but only about 150 are commonly cultivated, and around 30 species constitute 90% of caloric intake. Products of parts of other plants are collected from communal lands or natural growing trees and plants for consumption by farm households. Traditional knowledge on indigenous or local biodiversity is rapidly declining, and with increasing globalization in food culture, diets as well as farms have become less diverse as monoculture is encouraged. Yet studies have shown that dietary diversity is associated with improved nutrition. Effective food-based dietary strategies are therefore one of the most sustainable nutrition interventions, as long as nutritionally adequate diets based on local foods can be successfully identified and promoted. Let me talk a little bit briefly about the implementation of all these strategies, and they all work towards how we can integrate with the women voice in agricultural food production. Whereas for women participation, whereas devolution was adopted primarily to bring services closer to the people, and I agree that a lot of the counties have done a lot of work in this direction, where devolving most of the agricultural sector functions. It was expected that since 75% of women folk are engaged in farming, providing between 42 and 65% of the agricultural labor, and who play a pivotal role in food production, their voice would be amplified. However, the dynamics are such that there has not been adequate improvement in the voice of the women in terms of food production on the ground. But what should be noted is that although women produce 60 to 80% of food, only half of these women own their farms. The lower level of ownership limits the ability of women to join cooperatives and other farm-based organizations, which offer collateral that can help facilitate access to more affordable and higher quality inputs, as well as access to markets. This scenario also limits their ability to access financing with their land or as collateral, and this in partly drives yield gaps of up to 20 to 30% between male and female managed agricultural enterprises, a situation that is more acutely experienced by women in rural communities. This situation, where women are thus inadequately involved in decision-making, has a direct impact on poverty incidence levels, health, and the general quality of life among rural communities. Several pieces of research have demonstrated this, that the empowerment of women has the potential to lead to improvements in their overall status, including greater control over household resources, better health outcomes, increased access to financial services, skills development, income earning opportunities, information about markets and legal rights, all of which may in turn positively impact agricultural productivity and food security. So, therefore, the path to achieving these outcomes must therefore address the unique challenges and opportunities that women face in the sector, which can be done by incorporating tailored opportunities as an integral part of delivering on the government agenda. It is therefore important that critical governance structures, like some of the ones that we are implementing in the ministry, that are established to ensure success in addressing the amplification of the voices of women. The Ministry of Agriculture has therefore mainstreamed the factoring of women agenda in overall policy formulation by encouraging active participation of women in agriculture-related issues in order to accurately identify and respond to women needs in terms of constraints faced and how best to address them. For example, women farmers had the same access as men to improved agricultural inputs, such as fertilizer and seed. We know that maize yields would increase by as much as 9% in work that was shown that happens in Western Kenya. Therefore, looking at the agriculture-based small, medium enterprises, SMEs in the country, the women-owned SMEs make up approximately 34% of total SMEs and up to 59% of failed businesses. They actually experience overall slower growth and are disproportionately concentrated in unlicensed businesses that are mostly micro and informal in nature, compared with SMEs owned by men. This is attributed to several factors, and most notably, some of the ones that I've indicated up there about access to credit. Therefore, as a ministry, we understand the importance of amplifying the voices of women in the agricultural sector. This is important for us as policymakers and together with development partners who are interested in devising effective interventions to increase agricultural productivity, enhance household incomes, and national economic growth. Coming to the area of research and innovation, research and development efforts have hitherto transformed the leafy, nutrient-dense indigenous vegetables predominantly collected from the wild in rural communities for consumption into cultivated food plants, some of which are sold in many supermarket chains and even added value and exported out of the country, and particularly to diaspora Kenyans in the US, and are routinely served in restaurants and in hotels. There is therefore recognition of the need to fill these knowledge gaps and therefore revitalize and harness edible landscapes in Kenya. The agricultural sector transformation and growth strategy clearly outlines the importance of strengthening the research and innovation functions and programs, and particularly what is outlined in the in the number 8. The world assisted us to be critically and service it in the long run. That collects data on availability of different food types, markets and prices, and then shares with the stakeholders that require this kind of information. And if we had not done this, particularly when we were hit by several calamities, last year we were hit by the desert locust, we were hit by the COVID, and then floods. And we didn't have enough resource in terms of data that we could fall back on. And so we had to think very quickly to try and put up this war room to get information about how we can sustain our food systems and food networks. And the other one, the fourth one is, how do we conserve these orphan crops and crop wild relatives? We are looking at how we can also revamp our gene banks and also how to bring all this together and conserve some of the traditional foods that can be available to our stakeholders. The fourth one is, how do we therefore strengthen traditional food systems, strengthening endangered food systems and conserving agrobiodiversity and its cultural practices for enhancing local livelihoods? And then how do we integrate farm and scientist knowledge by promoting Seeds for Needs initiative by availing the necessary seeds to our farmers? So with these few remarks, I hope I have not overshoot my time, but we are very grateful to be part of this conversation and that we were invited on behalf of the PS. I would want to say thank you very much and back to Dibal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oscar Magenya, who is the Director of Research and Information, Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries. We really appreciate you and cooperatives. Thank you so much. I think that was a wonderful presentation, rich stream of information that we've garnered, so we clap for you.
Technology, what I have here so far, just really quickly, I have excuse me, guys. Piranto is asking Madam Jibril, I wanted to inquire.
Can I Gracie request?
Sure.
That we forgo the questions because the other speakers I know are getting nervous, please.
Yes. We also have a presenter here that's also getting nervous, but no problem, Secretary.
Thank you, Gracie. Yeah, let's just move on quickly and invite over now Dr. Wilfred Barube to come to the podium. In light of all this, when we have the technology, when we have all these resources, the skills as well, are we also not for success in terms of export, in terms, of course, of the markets abroad as well? And I think this is where Dr. Alfred Marube will come in very handy to explain to us how does it work out. He's the Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya Export Promotion and a branding agency that is KEPBROBA. And also he currently is the president of Public Relations Society of Kenya. And I know he's around. I just want to hand over this time to him to talk to us. In light of what we are looking at, this is the role of micro industries in boosting and fueling Kenya's agro exports. So over to you, Dr. Marube. Dr. Marube. Or anyone presenting Dr. Marube from KEPROBRA, or probably is not muted or unmuted his mic. Dr. Marube, waiting for you. Right, for the interest of time, if he's not around, then we'll move on swiftly with the program. And then when he's back, we shall give him an opportunity to continue with his presentation as well. But for now, we want to hear also from the diaspora's speakers as well. And this is where we'll invite Professor John Mugabe, who is a professor STI policy from University of Pretoria, and he's going to give us the experience of Ethiopia's diaspora, prospects and opportunities in the MSME sector for diaspora and foreign businesses as well. Professor, if you're here, kindly, I hand over to you as well to just take the podium and continue.
Thank you. And thank you to the organizers for inviting me. When Dr. Chodo started talking to me a few months ago about participating in the diaspora workshop, I actually hesitated for a range of reasons. One of them, whenever I get into diaspora kind of connections, a lot of our time is around financial remittances to Kenya. So friends and colleagues get to me, we collect money to go and address floods at home, or send money for funerals, or send money to go and build houses. So I was very hesitant to participate. But what I thought I would do, I don't have a formal presentation, but to make some suggestions around what, in my view, are untapped potentials of the diaspora. A lot of our attention, a lot of our energies have gone into designing policies, even creating institutional arrangements that treat the diaspora as just sources of money, financial remittances. And I think that the diaspora can do much more than just sending money home. The diaspora actually is a huge source of new technological and organizational innovations. So that's the point I want to emphasize, and maybe suggest ways of really this tapping the underutilized potential of the diaspora all over. I mean, you have a very diverse diaspora, almost every corner of the world. I'm not going to talk about Ethiopia's experiences as such. I want to focus on what I think are three barriers to local innovations. How do you, in fact, get the diaspora to help unlock those barriers? And some of those are actually barriers to the diaspora's engagement to help change local economies, contribute to sustainable development of our country. So then I'll make some reference to three initiatives that I'm involved in that are aimed at addressing some of these barriers. I think one of the major challenges we have, those of us who are in the diaspora, is that we don't have adequate information on local innovation capabilities and activities. I come from the Lake Victoria region, but I really don't know the potential there. Very often you don't get information on what are the local innovations, what are the local institutions. The potential is not known to most of us. And it is really a barrier. You can't do very much there. Sometimes you go and start doing things that are being done and being done actually well by local actors. So how do we, in fact, unlock this barrier? Information on local innovation capabilities. And by innovation, I mean new ways of doing things, not just technological applications, but even new organizational ways of doing things. So that's one barrier that we need to focus on. I think we also have limited, back home, we have limited knowledge and information on what are these global opportunities. innovation opportunities, technological opportunities, and organizational innovations to help address our local problems. There's a huge body of knowledge, pool of technologies available to address our problems back home, but the information is not available back home. How do we make sure that we address that challenge? Then the third barrier is around the excessive focus on R&D back home in terms of policy. Everybody wants to put money in R&D, whether it's on indigenous knowledge, indigenous foods, but a lot of it has been done anyway by Kenyan institutions, by other actors. And I think we need to now move from policy on R&D to practice, innovation practices. The last barrier, which I mean, this may sound controversial, is around the absence of, or weak, let me not use the term absence, but weak social and political infrastructure back home. If you want to spur innovation, you require certain infrastructures, not just physical infrastructures. Innovation is a social process. People must be well connected. People must be able to communicate. You must remove certain political barriers. Those of us who are in the diaspora, sometimes we shy away from getting involved because every time you start something new, you are perceived of as a potential political competitor or actor in the, and there are all those things that we rarely discuss, by the way, in the diaspora. There are key issues that we need to focus on. So social and political infrastructures are weak linkages to enable us to contribute to promoting local innovations for local development. And these are issues that we rarely discuss, by the way. We rarely focus on these issues in our discussions in the diaspora, but also policymakers rarely get us to focus on these issues. Lack of information on local capabilities, lack of information on global opportunities, and others. I want to suggest that we need the diaspora to be organized or configured in such a way that we can work at that local local level to address these challenges. And I want to make reference to 3 initiatives that I'm currently involved with, and maybe some of you may be interested. One is a UN-funded program, which is called STRINGS, Science, Technology, and Innovation for Global Sustainable Development Goals. The project covers India, Argentina, and Kenya. I'm leading the Kenyan component, or the African component. Case study in Kenya, Lake Victoria, is around new innovation pathways to address conflicts in fisheries. Big problems there to promote new ways of fisheries and fish farming. And what we have found out in the project covering Homa Bay, Busia, and Kisumu, that you have a wide range of local innovations. Young people there are investing in digital aquaculture, a range of technologies. But government, both county governments and national government, are unaware of these capabilities. So profiling these innovations. And through another initiative, related initiative, the Calestus Juma Legacy Foundation, which is a newly established institution in memory of Professor Calestus Juma, we are going to be supporting some of these young innovators in a range of ways, building their skills to scale up their innovations. David Okech, for example, from Kisumu, has designed an innovation, a digital innovation that allows women who are in fish farming to access markets. Many of them were relying on fishers in the inland waters. Actually, some of them involve what is called sex for fish. They are moving out of those social injustices to produce fish, but some of them cannot process the fish, they cannot export, they don't know where the markets are. So through the Calestus Juma Foundation, we want to train these young innovators to be able to scale up their innovations. We are going to be linking them to a number of key institutions around the world, Taiwan, for example, to be trained in aquaculture. A related initiative, which is funded by the Japanese government, is the Africa-Asia Business Forum, where you have these small and medium-scale enterprises in food processing, in fish processing, or just fish production, and they are not doing very much because they just don't have information on these global technological opportunities. So
I'm sorry, Professor. Time. I'm so sorry. I'm just time is a little short. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. So the number of opportunities that we can discuss, and my view, just to end, is that the diaspora should be more engaged in linking our local actors to the global areas where the opportunities are. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mugabe there. I think those three barriers that you really talked about, information is key. And when we have information deficiency, then it means, yeah, what good innovations that we have on the ground, they're not replicated elsewhere, they're just, localized. So how do we stop navel gazing and try and, put out these particular innovations out there? And I thank you for that presentation. So this forum, I think, is addressing that as well, that we are trying to interlink people who have this wonderful ingenious ideas. Ingenuity, that they've really come up with very novel, technologies, very novel ideas. How then do we have linkages as well? Right from Kisii, you can see what they're doing wonderfully there, and people now are able to be showcased, and that particular sort of partnership, it's very key as well. So I want to thank you so very much. For the interest of time, let's just move on with the program because we have a lot to cover. And when we really talk about organic food and all those innovations that we're really coming up with, we need to operate also in an environment where the legal frameworks as well, the regulatory observations as well. And this is where Professor Theophilas Mutuli really comes in handy. He is the CEO of Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service. And we can see most of the times when we are exporting, sometimes we don't really pass muster as far as the regulatory frameworks is concerned. You'll find a lot of, maybe it could be our fish, because the way we've really cultured them here, it does not really meet the standards of maybe the European Union as well. So we have a lot of things really happening, or maybe our plants, our flowers, you'll find a lot of pesticides. And this is maybe also crossing that particular mark that is appropriate in the international community as well. So we want to just welcome Professor Mr. Mutuli, if you're around, to just also talk to us. Remember also, I'll toll my bell along the way to just to remind you on time as well, right? Thank you so much. Over to you, Professor. Remember to unmute your mic. Professor, we are ready for you. Professor, if you're around, kindly remember to unmute your mic. If you're not there, then we'll just move on with the program. But we'll be happy to hear from you as well.
Let's go to next as we
Okay.
check. He was
Fantastic,
in earlier
fantastic.
on.
Thank you. So let's talk about experiences as well, and lessons, prospects, and opportunities in traditional foods value chain. And if you've been also following this particular webinars with any regularity, you must be aware of Perez and what she's doing with Sarcoma Global. This is pure traditional organic food that we're talking about. And even from that particular last presentation that we had here, we had linkages, and Gracie also had a very good opportunity of linking up with Perez on that particular note as well. We want to introduce her briefly to just talk to us within 8 minutes to just give us a broad overview of what Sarcoma is all about and what she's doing out there in the UK. Perez Ochieng, over to you. Remember to unmute, please, Perez. Perez Ochieng.
Hello, I'm just muting.
Fantastic.
For some reason, I can't have my video turned on. I don't know why, but
it's okay if you have a voice, that's okay.
That's fine.
Unless you have presentation to make.
No, I don't have, because the 8 minutes, it's a bit of a crash time. So it's I don't want to spend time trying to find my way around the presentation for 8 minutes.
Fantastic. You go full steam ahead with your not presentation, yeah, but with your talk maybe.
Yeah, with my talk. So can you unmute? Can you start my video from your end? Because
yeah, okay.
To see me, I'm beautiful enough to be seen, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. I understand your frustration. You've taken time to be all dolled up and
I'm telling you,
but then you can't see
I don't have any makeup, but I'm still beautiful, so I need to be seen.
The video came out, and then you switched it off again yourself.
Yeah,
Why
maybe we
did
can go to the next
happen to see your video.
speaker as we sort Sister Perez out. Ladies who rub shoulders with Her Majesty the Queen, in the real sense of the word. You handle them well. So we can go to the next presenter.
But I think Perez has elected to continue with the presentation, without the video. So we can just
yeah, that's fine. I think I will go without the video.
Please.
They can see my picture on the website. Oh, there it's gone. You see,
okay.
You're holding the secret to me being seen on the video. But anyway, let's get on with the program. Thank you so much, Dr. Alishem, for inviting me and your whole team. And of course, for the wonderful guests and speakers that you have brought in. I'm so grateful to be able to participate and make a contribution. So I'm here just to kind of give you a small snapshot of what the market is. And I hope everybody can hear me. Can you hear me all?
Perfectly.
Yes, I'm growing old. I'm wearing glasses as well. So
yes,
I kind of resonate a lot with the presentations that have already been done before me. And in particular, I want to acknowledge some of the topics or points that were covered by UNESCO on the issues of research and obviously continuous research and development. But I also want to acknowledge some of the presentations in the area of indigenous knowledge and the fact that they're actually not available. So I want to speak from a market perspective and also a market that is more vibrant and also expansive in the sense that although I am based in the UK, a lot of the products that we sell in our retail shop are from all over the world. And I want to give a quick comparison and just kind of give people a reality check how far we are from the Kenyan side in terms of being able to access this market with indigenous foods in particular. So briefly, my name is Perez Ocheng, and I'm the director of Sakoma Global Foods Innovation. We are both a training and development company as well as a retail. We've got a chain of retail shops, and we've got a very good reason why we got into retail to kind of sell our own products, our own brand, but also we sell brands that we really identify with that are fully traceable, organic, authentic, and natural. This is where the global market is going when it comes to food product development innovations and linked to health. I know we've mentioned, one of the speakers mentioned the issues of opportunistic diseases like diabetes. Somebody also mentioned the issue of our ignorance of acknowledgement of how important our own indigenous foods are as medicine. And also we mentioned about what's going on in other parts of the world where they actually acknowledge the importance of indigenous foods and medicine, like say, for example, Dr. Chodo mentioned that there's a full university in China or Japan that has indigenous medicine. In the UK, there are other universities as well. And at the moment, I'm actually studying full herbal medication as well, other than all the other degrees I have. And there's a good reason which I'm going to explain to you. But if I have to say anything that's really important, is to give you confidence to know that there's a market, there's an export market and a big export market for our own indigenous foods, whether they are herbal medicines or they are medicinal plants or vegetables. The question is, how are we ready to enter this market? Are we going to try and enter into this market using the herbal medication route, which obviously has been the biggest issue, given the fact that some of the constituents of our plants are already patented by the big players in the pharmaceutical market. So is how are we prepared to innovatively enter the market? And also the issue is, are we ready for exporting? When you look at things that Kenya already exports, like coffee, tea, flowers, there are big programs and there are huge investments around some of these crops that, already the government has invested in infrastructure, or there's a lot of investment from international agencies or multinational companies. So our first task and challenge in terms of exporting indigenous vegetables, foods, or herbs, it's a question of where are we going to get the investment to be on the same level playing field as the crops that are already successfully exported from Kenya, like I've mentioned, tea, coffee, and maybe cashew nuts or other products like that. And there's also the issue of indigenous knowledge. Globally, everybody knows what coffee is, depending on what the taste is, the aroma is, whether it's Arabica coffee or whether it's a mixed blend. So when you talk about coffee, people really understand what coffee is. When you talk about tea, people understand what tea is, because the knowledge is there, it's available outside. When you come to preparing our own indigenous foods, say for example, we stock managu in our shops, unless the people already know what managu is, and of course we normally describe it in the local name, people won't buy it. You won't engage new audiences as consumers of this product. So how do we educate the potential consumers or future consumers when you talk about the young generations, that are the future buyers, they're the people who hold money in their hands, they're the people who are talking about health and wealth. How do we educate them? If you want today to go to your phone and type, for example, how to make Italian pasta, you'll get like thousands of videos of demonstrations of how to make Italian pasta. If you go today and check in how to make gnocchi or giberi, for example, you'll be struggling to find videos in languages or formats that these young people can use today. So the question is, how are we educating people about our own indigenous skills and preparation methods to enable them to engage with the products to an extent that they are interested in buying it? But also, how are we educating people the importance, the health benefits of some of the products that we are trying to push into the market? And I don't want to cover that topic because all the speakers before me have kind of conclusively agreed that our indigenous vegetables are medicinal. You know, although we don't have some of this information documented, but we know through traditional uses and practices that they're actually healthy and they're medicinal. But how do we educate the whole world that this is actually beneficial? How do we push this product to the market and educate them? And I'm glad that the several agencies are coming together, the university, the education sector, the export, and everybody else. It's going to be a team effort. So in conclusion, what I'm trying to say is there is a market, but that market requires to be educated. You know, how are we going to teach them? I teach people how to cook managua, teach people how to cook traditional African foods, as simple things as even preparing porridge, you know, fermented porridge. But when we talk about fermented porridge, people think, oh, this is old and backward. But if somebody was to look today, look at something called probiotics, look at the global market of probiotic drinks. You know, these are basically fermented drinks, you know, that are good for gut health and all that. So our porridge, fermented porridge, for example, millet porridge is already good enough for these markets that we are trying to break through. The only question is the consumer does not understand them. The consumer does not understand how to prepare them. We do not have the technologies that enable us to prepare them, you know, for long shelf life, that they're able to be transported from your point of preparation or where the crops are harvested, stored, prepared, and then exported to markets like this. Post-harvest handling technologies are a real issue. We know that from other crops. But if we are going to make this a serious market to pursue, there are all those things that need to be considered. In the shop, we stock all sorts of vegetables. You know, we've got akiza from Rwanda, we've got bitter vegetables from West Africa. We've got, say, for example, banana flowers from Uganda. Who knows that banana flowers is medicinal? This thing, it sells like, you know, I can't even describe. We got it from Sri Lanka. We've got all sorts of flowers like yarrow. We've got rose flower, edible flowers. The other day I was talking to Daktari about the fact that Kenya exports so much of fresh flowers, while India, China, and Japan are exporting the same red roses, yellow roses, but edible roses. So we are making medicinal and healthy food products out of edible roses. So it's all these market opportunities that we need to be looking at, and naming of our plants and making sure that we have the botanical names that are known to the people, the indigenous knowledge of preparing them and using them, the active constituents of all these vegetables, whether they're used for culinary purposes or they're used for medicinal purposes. And as I said, when we look at exporting our indigenous vegetables or herbs as medicinal, we already have challenges, but we have a whole lot of other opportunity that we can use still to export our indigenous plants into this market. So I don't want to say too much.
That was your talk.
Look at our website, look at some of the vegetables and some of the, you know, herbs that we stock from all over the world. We've got about 200 different herbs, medicinal herbs. We have neem powder, we have moringa powder, but also, I think in conclusion, I want to kind of give people an awakening call. Don't focus on the consumer market. Also look at the food manufacturing market using these products as ingredients. Europe, America, and all over the world, developed nations are now dying because of the use of preservatives. And the manufacturers in the food sector or drink sector are looking at what other alternatives they can keep the food preserved for long without the use of harmful chemicals, preservatives. And these answers are already in our medicinal plants. We are using moringa to extend the shelf life of our millet bread. We've just developed a millet bread from millet and millet seeds and moringa and honey. And it's a healthy product that is self-preserved. It doesn't need preservatives. It's natural, authentic, and organic. So it's looking at all innovative ways that can make our products end on the table, not to be consumed directly, but innovatively used in developing other products as well. So I think you need to stop it here. I believe I've exhausted my 8 minutes.
Yes,
but I think
thank
it's
you.
a topic that requires better discussion, focus, and a roundtable discussion to come to conclusions.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, Perez, for that wonderful presentation. I just want to move on quickly because I saw, let me just put on my video, sorry about that. Yes, my governor has been here since the beginning of this meeting, and I don't want to keep him for long. He's been also amazingly patient as well. And he's been very pivotal. And this conversation is very, very, very dear to him, because this is where we're trying to put technology, use technology in terms of coming up with climate policies, climate change policies, climate bill, even for the counties, as it were. And he's an expert on geography information system. And I think Vihiga County, I must boast, is the only county in this country that actually is flying with GIS in terms of information. And he is an expert on that. We know that this is very key when it comes to water resource management. When you're talking about food, water is key. When we're talking about repair and restoration, of course, that information is very key. When you're talking about public participation, where in this country we normally say people are not, given that adequate information on public participation. This system is very important. Kindly, if you may remember to just unmute your mic. I can get interruptions. Kindly, our technical department, you might just want to mute people who are not on the podium right now, say for me, and then maybe for the governor later. So I want to just invite him over to talk to us about this particular, a very novel innovation that it's right from the Vihiga County. When you're talking about water quality and reliability, that information is very key. So, Your Excellency, I want just to hand over this particular moment to you so that you can take us through this moment and what Vihiga County is doing. I know 15 counties also are benchmarking what you've started in Vihiga County. Your Excellency, over to you. And Your Excellency, if you may just
thank you very much
you.
for this opportunity.
Thank you.
First, I want to thank the organizers of this webinar. I think I've learned a lot for the 1 hour and so I have been around. And I think I want to say this is very encouraging, and we should encourage this type of discussions in future. I will be giving a brief presentation on prospects and opportunities in Vihiga County, and I will also elaborate on the type of technologies that we have put in place to allow us be able to process data in real time. So that's what I'll be doing. And my presentation is organized as follows. I want to give a brief about Vihiga, and then a justification for investing in traditional food and medicine, investment opportunities in Vihiga, and then I'll give my concluding remarks. About Vihiga. Vihiga is one of the 47 counties in Kenya. It is located in Western Kenya, and it is one of the smallest counties after Mombasa and Lamu. Our area is just about 550 kilometers square. And basically it is a rural urban county, which has a very high population density of over 1,000 people per kilometer square. We have a population that is resident of about 612,000, but those in the diaspora are over 600. So in total, Vihiga has a population of about 1.2 million, but 600 are in the diaspora. Why do we want to invest in traditional foods and medicine? First, these are foods that have been used by our forefathers for a long time. These are foods that are resistant. They are acclimatized to the areas where they grow. They are less attacked by pests, and they are very, very, very nutritious. Therefore, propagating or growing these crops is a very important thing to be done. In Vihiga, we have, through a project called the National Agricultural and Rural Growth Inclusive Project, popularly known as NARIC, we are promoting a number of value chains. And these are African leafy vegetables, bananas, dairy, and improved indigenous chicken. This is a program that is covering over 20,500 farmers throughout the whole county. And it aims to empower our farmers and to be able to map all our farmers. We have used our latest technology, that's the GIS and the satellite imageries, to be able to map all our farmers within the county, being able to have the data that they have. For example, what I've just put there is a map, one of the maps that show how we map the farmers at the farm level and get all the information that we require on the farmers. So I had my good friend, Dr. John Mukabe, talking about lack of data. I want to assure him that for Vihiga, we have adequate data, which we collect in real time using remote sensing techniques and using GIS as a major data analytical tool. We also have a number of areas that are of interest to us in terms of investment. And this is particularly in the area of agribusiness. Vihiga is involved in a number of agribusinesses, particularly dairy production. We have a number of cooperative societies that are now dealing with the dairy production, getting milk from the farmers, being able to treat or to store them, treat them, and process them to other various products, including packaging and making things like products like yogurt. We are also in the process of coming up on how to do processing of chicken, local chicken. Under the program I talked about, we have a number of farmers who are producing local chicken and improve the local chicken. And all this now they are producing, we need now as an industry or a factory that will do the further processing, being able to slaughter, be able to package it and have it available to the supermarkets. So this is an area that we are exploring, and already we have adequate farmers that are in this business. We have given a number of farmers incubators, and now they are able to produce their own chicks within their own localities without having to import them from Nairobi or from South Africa. We are also involved in value addition, particularly on the traditional or local vegetables. We found out that during the rain seasons, the production is so high, but then the market is usually flooded. So we have agreed, and we are asking our farmers now to get into the technology of drying the vegetables and packaging them. And we are using solar. solar drying or local vegetables, so that once they are solar dried, then they are packaged, then they can be able now to last long, and we can now have them availed in the market. Equally, we are in the process of putting up a cold storage so that farmers, particularly dealing with the perishables, can be able to store in the cold storage so that they can be able to sell it at the time that they require and be able to control the prices. And to ensure that this continues and we are not dependent on rain-fed, we are coming up with small-scale agricultural schemes within various localities so that we can ensure that production of these vegetables is continuous and does not rely on rainfall. Now, Vihiga is a very unique county. We are strategically located between Kakamega, Nandi, and Uasin Gishu, and Siaya, and Kisumu. And within this area, we have two international airports. We have Eldoret and we have Kisumu. So for us, in terms of exporting some of these products to outside, to our people who are in the diaspora and would like to access to these traditional foods, should not be a problem, particularly when Kisumu Airport is going to have the warehouses for storage of such commodities. So I want to say that that's one area that we are looking forward to immediately Kisumu becomes operational in terms of export. Vihiga also has a very good, in terms of location, has a very good opportunities in the hospitality and recreational facilities. We have Kaimos Forest, which is one of the remaining tropical rainforests after Kakamega Forest. In this forest, we have a lot of rare species, including butterflies and rare and black and the white colobus monkeys. So it's a very good area for investment in ecologies and tracking and so on. So we believe that we have a lot of potential. Maragoli Hills, I think, is one of the scenic areas. When you are in Kisumu and you look towards north, all those hills you see are all Maragoli Hills. And we are planning to be able to develop this a lot of facilities on these hills. We have a good opportunity to put cable cars so that we can have a lot of people, because I have not seen cable cars in this part of the country. So it's one area that we are looking for investors in cable cars. We are also looking for investors in ecologies and those who are actually interested in climbing, rock climbing, and trekking. Lastly, we have a very good potential in the granite industry. A third of Vihiga is all granites, these hard stones that are very, very good for making various slabs that are used in buildings. For example, the Teleposta Tower in Nairobi, all those slabs that were used came from Vihiga. They were mined and processed by Athi River Mining Company. But we do not have a processing company here in Vihiga. We have already done the feasibility study and has shown that the potential is huge. And therefore, we are working together with the Ministry of Mining and Petroleum to see how best we can attract investors. As a county, we have already put 2.5 hectares of land available for construction of a crushing factory to be able to process these stones into various products. Lastly, we have a huge potential in water bottling. Vihiga being very hilly and rugged, we have very good springs, water springs that emanate from the hills, particularly Maragori Hills. And in these springs, we have mineral water. So we can be able to process this water straight away like Keringet, because we have done the testing and the water is good and is clean, has no impurities, and can be packed actually direct. So we are also looking for funding that can help us, or investors. Currently, we are doing it on a small scale in Maseno Water Bottling Company or cooperative society, which is a small venture. But we would like a bigger investor in this area. The other area of interest when it comes to human resource, Vihiga has one of the highest concentration of human resource in the country. If you want anybody in any training, you'll find him or her in Vihiga. So we have also specialized in having trainings in technical training. For example, we have 31 vocational training centers, which are operational, and they are training our young ones in various skills. We have 4 technical training institutes, which are also training our young people in various technical institutions, technical programs. So we are in the process of exploring the possibilities of having a business process outsourcing, BPO, in this area, because we have a lot of young people who are very good in these areas, but we do not have the capacity yet. And this is an area I believe the people from diaspora can work with us to be able to do this, because the business, they'll be able to find out where the businesses are in those areas where they are. We as a government, we are willing to provide the facilities. For example, we have youth resource centers that are available and other hubs, ICT hubs that can be used to make the BPO operational. Last but not least, Vihiga is well known as a very rich in culture. We have 3-4 communities here who have a very rich culture. We have the Maragoris, who have a very rich culture. We have the Tirikis, we have the Teriks, and then we have the Banyores. All these people have a very rich culture, and therefore it's a very prime area for cultural tourism. And every year we carry out cultural activity festivals for the 4 sub-tribes in the county. And this is an area that I would want to say that it is very good, and we could be able to, invest a lot. Finally, we have 2 other areas that we can have a lot of investment, and we would like people from the diaspora to explore this possibility. Affordable housing. We have parcels of land. Currently now we have about 25 acres of land that we can enter into an agreement with all various investors to be able to invest in Karen. The demand for housing here is very high.
Thank you so much.
Finally, I will not repeat again. Finally, we have cottage industries in this county. People are packaging honey, they are packaging local salts, they have vegetables, banana flour, and all other handicrafts. All these we are looking for market. What we don't have is the market. So with those, I want to conclude and say that thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to having such a webinar again so that we can discuss more. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Honorable
Excellency, we'll have one specifically for Vihiga County. Asante sana.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
We are very happy to hear that from you. And Governor, thank you very much. I come from Vihiga also.
Thank you so much, Governor. I appreciate it. So we will go ahead and move on with the program. I would like just for us to jump back to Professor Walter Oyao. He had a presentation. He's Chief Executive Officer of NACOSTI. Let's over to you Professor Yao.
As we do that, just apologize. Next is Dr. Sioi. I know he's been waiting and his regulator. So please, Dr. Sioi, just bear with us. Thank you.
Yes, I hope you can hear me well. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes,
Enjoying Mombasa.
Yes. I'll proceed as fast as I can. First, allow me to acknowledge the chief guest, who is my boss, and ably represented the chief guest, Professor Magoha. Also to acknowledge the great work which has been done by Shem. I think this idea, Shem mentioned it about 2 or 3 months ago, and I'm happy it has come to fruition. Allow me to acknowledge the great academics, Professor Were, Professor Michieka is there. There's also Professor Gada, I hope you joined on. He was my boss just a few months ago, and maybe will continue to be my boss shortly. But the topic that I've been given is actually the National STI and Research Regulatory Framework. My work has been made easier by the fact that the chief guest talked about this. He mentioned some of the highlights which I'm going to mention here. I might bypass a number of them. So when we talk of regulation of STI or the framework, this is based on the Science, Technology and Innovation Act of 2013. And the act was enacted for 3 purposes. One was to facilitate the promotion, coordination, and regulation of the progress of STI in the country. The second one was to assign the priority to development of STI. And the third one was to entrench STI into national production system and for connected purposes. That third one is what the chief guest was talking about, that for the first time beginning this July, the government of Kenya has included mainstreaming of STI or infusion of STI as a PC target for very many MDAs, particularly the research institutions, the universities, what you're calling the sectors, the MDAs who are participating in what you're calling the National Research Priorities Framework. So this is a grand opportunity also for the diaspora to participate, because the framework, I think the framework for the National Research Priorities Framework talks of consortia. And I don't think we'll go far if we don't involve the diaspora in that, because the diaspora are at the forefront of technologies that what they're calling the frontier technologies. So those are the 3 reasons why the act was enacted. And the act also establishes 3 key institutions, which the chief guest mentioned. That is NACOSTI as the regulator. Then you have the Kenya National Innovation Agency, who is actually supposed to be our front or our face, dealing with SMEs, dealing with the sector, and actually resulting into the realization of the final products that come out of research. So my good friend, Dr. Tony Mwanza, I think was busy, but it would have been very useful to this forum to talk of his plans for the commercialization of a number of products that have come out of research. You also have a key agency, and my great sister, I think Dr. Jemima is logged in. I just saw her communication there, the National Research Fund, which is like the bank that funds out the research. At this particular time, I think they've just been funding a consortia, which are focused on the Big 4 agenda, as was advised by the regulator, that is NACOSTI. So I will not dwell into the technicalities of the act, which I think can be downloaded there, and that's what we're implementing. But I would just want to mention very quickly that we cannot talk about regulation without talking about the pandemic. And we strongly believe that this is the time of the coming of age of STI as a first responder to the pandemic. And something that we've mentioned elsewhere, and I think has been captured in a number of statements from various countries, it is being determined that the COVID-19 pandemic, bad as it is, also presents a great opportunity for investing in STI. And what was recorded was that during the pandemic, the countries that leveraged on frontier technologies were able to minimize, I think, the pain that the people are undergoing through. In contrast, countries that lacked the technological savviness have had to rely on ancient, slow, and painful methods. So accordingly, it's now very clear that investments in STI is paramount or indispensable to any country that seeks to move forward. And this is what we put forth to the diaspora. You are right at the front line, like if in the US, you in the UK, I'm sure you get the latest before some of us in Kenya get it across. So we'd really welcome you to collaborate, to find a way, and I'm happy that the KDA is likely to be mainstreamed through the Ministry of Labor. We would support that very, very strongly. just to show that or to prove that the country has taken this matter seriously, allow me to quote from His Excellency. I think very recently in November 20th, when he was at Isipe, His Excellency said that Kenya, that as a country, we strongly believe that research and science is the key to unlocking the development of our potential of our country. And he also emphasized that the government will continue implementing programs aimed at nurturing its growing scientific talent pool so as to create wealth and expand employment opportunities for Kenyans. And it's good, I think the CEO of SMEs, I think also is giving a talk in this forum. The bottom line is that we need to partner. So far, we are all working in silos, maybe doing the same thing or maybe diverging in different ways. So there has to be a mechanism to bring all of us together so that we focus on matters that are of great national interest. So His Excellency also said that for Africa to expand, investment inside will be required. He talked of Vision 2030, but most importantly for us who are looking for funding, he says that the government will continue rolling out progressive policies to promote science and innovation, not only as the engine for economic growth, but also as a means of addressing enduring social inequalities. He reaffirmed his commitment to invest up to 2% of our GDP. At the moment, I think it's between 0.4 to 0.7. Not very high, but I think members in this forum need to know that 0.7% is the best in the region. The other regional countries might not be investing that much, but our country is progressively moving toward that 2%. It's a tricky journey, especially under the current state of COVID. Allow me also to mention, for those in the US, they must have read this, where the US is taking science and technology to be really and extremely important. And I'm just quoting what the President Biden talked of in January 18th. The first thing that he did was to elevate his science secretary to the level of a cabinet secretary, but he also talked of the 5 priorities for science in his administration. The first one was about the pandemic. It's a priority. It's very difficult to talk about even trade and business before we address the pandemic or before we're able to live within the pandemic. There have been talks of post-COVID, but really what is being seen is that we do not know when that will come. So rather reorient our ways of doing things. How do we move on? How do we live on with the pandemic amongst us? So the first priority was pandemic and what the US can learn about it. The same applies to Kenya. The second was the economy and how you can build back a resilient economy. I think the same applies to us. The third one of great interest for us as a regulator is how science can help confront the climate crisis, which was the main thing before the pandemic. For us in the third world, I think both the pandemic and the climate change remains a big issue. And the fourth one he talked about was how they can lead. So how can Kenya lead in the region? And that will directly lead into improving the Global Innovation Index, which Kenya is doing very well on. And the fifth was how to ensure the long-term health and trust in STI. As a regulator, we are very keen on that. We need to have a situation where the country, the policymakers have a trust in science. We have an example which was being mentioned here in Mombasa, I think today and yesterday, where the Mira was banned, I think in the UK. And we had our political players go there, rush there, try to persuade. And it didn't work because they lacked the scientific backing of how Mira works. So we really watch for science-led policy or decision-making in our country and within our region. So I'm also happy, something that the chief guest mentioned, that beginning this is a circular that came in May 2021 as part of the performance contracting guidelines for the MDS, which can be found, I think, in our website and other websites, that the government is clearly stating that investments in STI is indispensable for any country or institution that seeks to secure national security and leapfrog its economy. There's a word which is coming. When you talk of STI, we always talk of economy, climate change, improving the well-being of our people. But an element which is even paramount now is national security. If your people are poor, it's a national security issue because the political situation cannot be stable. If your people are suffering and are dying the way it was happening in India, it's a national security issue because key human resources are passing on. So STI is actually a national security issue. It is an economic issue. It is a climate change issue and so forth. And we need to figure out ways and mechanisms how we can use it, the way the countries, like the Asian tiger used it to leapfrog the economy to be able to compete globally. So we invite the diaspora for that. The targets, I will not read this, There are about 5 targets which have been captured, but the key one is that most of the MDAs will be required to have an STA strategy and implement the same. The MDAs are going to be asked to have a special desk for science and technology and innovation. And as the chief guest mentioned, this we hope might catalyze a number of processes which we have been dragging. So this is an opportunity for KDA and even the experts here and the great people, the great entrepreneurs. I'm happy we have the topmost of all the entrepreneurs, Dr. Manu Chandaria, in this forum. And we hope that what he has done now can be appreciated, that it just led us to recognize that technology is what we need to move forward. As NACOSTI, just in conclusion, so that I don't take much of the time, at NACOSTI, we are known for 2 things. One is registration and accreditation of research institutions. The CPES, the ILRIS, the KEMRIS, we actually regulate them. And as much as we have had difficulties in the past of the transition, we are now moving forward actually to regulate strongly, to encourage them to promote. We are not just an ordinary regulator. Actually, our 17 functions are classified into 4, of promoting, regulating, advising, and there's one more. So we will try to work with our stakeholders. We call them our stakeholders, and our institutions have done very well. The other one which we are known for very strongly and which affects, I think, civil diaspora is licensing of research. And you have been asked one question: why do you have to license research? Universities have been asking that question. And I just want to say there are many reasons. One, the first and foremost is we would want to ensure that the research does not threaten national security. And that's why we work with the security agencies for that. You'd want to ensure that the research does not negatively affect on the lives of Kenyans, especially under COVID, if COVID was to be manufactured and thrown somewhere. So we want, and it's not NACOSTI as such, we're just the agent that brings the key agencies in the country, relevant agencies on matters of security, on matters of well-being of the people. Also, we would want to ensure that the research that is done both locally and even by some of our international friends, but done within the country, does not negatively affect our culture and IP rights of communities. There are some court cases out there where some of the artifacts or some of the things were found in, I think, Lake Baringo and were taken out. You know the story. I don't have to elaborate more on that. The other one,
thank you, Professor. Yes. Thank you. Just in the interest of time, Paula Sana.
Yes. So I just conclude by saying that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for being patient, and we are so sorry to have to interrupt some of you all. It's just we're still stuck with time. We have about 7 more speakers to provide them a forum. We're now at the stage where we'd like to introduce Dr. Fred Sioi. He is going to be speaking on policy and legislation as it relates to regulation in traditional herbal medicines. He's the CEO of Pharmacy and Poison. Over to you, Dr. Sioi. Dr. Sioi, are you there? I seem to not be getting Dr. Sioi. Why don't we have, if you don't mind, Professor Oyawa, could you just conclude, just since we ate up some of your time, Paula Sana, while we wait for Dr. Sioi? I hope you can hear me. You're slow a little bit on your buffering. Yeah, it looks like we're a little bit in between things here. If I can get Dr. Sioi whenever you're ready, or Professor Yao. Yao, if you are able to just conclude. Dr. Arishem, I think we're in a little bit of a lull here, and I don't want to skip anyone.
Okay. Yes, I wish we had a little more time. I know Professor Oyawa is with the boss, the CS in Mombasa, multitasking. Yes. Professor Orua, representing Cambridge, you are in touch with Dr. Sioi, the regulator for Pharmacy and Poisons Board, the equivalent of FDA in the USA. Is he still in the house? And of course, you are next, Professor Orua Jennifer. If Dr. Sioi is not in, why don't you step in? Cambridge is a sister to Pharmacy and Poisons Board.
Professor thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am happy to be part of the 3rd webinar for the KDA. And I would like, if I am allowed, to ask Barbara to upload my presentation, because I'm a little bit challenged. I'm in an environment where I have to use my cell phone. So if Barbara is around, she can upload my presentation. Kindly give her the loading rights. Thank you very much for the invitation. As Barbara uploads the presentation, I would just like to say that my contribution to this webinar has been discussed quite a bit with the earlier presenters, and that makes my work easy. I was requested to talk about the place of alternative medicine in accelerating attainment of SDGs and fueling the Kenya's agro exports. Barbara, are you able to upload?
Sorry, Prof, I still don't have the rights to share my screen.
Kindly give Barbara the rights, please. Okay, so yesterday we were in a meeting where it was discussed that we still don't have the proper name to give traditional medicine. Is it alternative medicine? No, it's not alternative. Because
It appears we have a technical glitch. Let's just give her a moment. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
it can treat. Is it
Jennifer, if you could
complementary?
recap. I'm so sorry. Jennifer, if you could recap, please. The signal got a wonky there. I appreciate everyone's patience. Jennifer, are you getting us, Jennifer? Can you hear us? If I might ask if Dr. CEO is present, so maybe we move and jump and then come back. What are your thoughts, Dr. Ari?
Yes, Professor Roy, we're having a bit of connection challenge.
So what is it really?
Yes,
for the
now we
purpose
can
of
hear
this
you.
webinar, we are calling it
Yeah, I think she's speaking, but I don't think she realizes the signal is not coming through to us. Does anyone have contacts?
Let's see if we could get our next speaker. I'm just checking the list.
Sure.
Meanwhile, maybe you can take two questions for the previous speakers as we sort out next speaker.
Not coming next to Professor Gada. You can allow chair.
Yes, by all means. Professor Gada, ACT CEO.
Do I continue?
Yes, please continue.
Okay, thanks very much. I hope you can hear me. I know I've not been introduced, but I'm going to talk about the STI policy and the diaspora industry at regional level. And as a way of starting, I just wanted to make two comments. The first, as the chair had said earlier, I recognize the diaspora as an industry from which, apart from the money that you normally remit back home, we should be able to tap your skills and expertise to promote sustainable development in Africa. And secondly, Professor Mugabe mentioned three barriers that you as diaspora may have in terms of participating actively in science, technology, and innovation. And I wanted to mention that I'm coming in as the African Center for Technology Studies to seek collaboration with you in diaspora to help address some of these challenges. So briefly in my presentation, which is structured in 3 parts, I'm going to explain to you who we are, what we are currently doing, and how I see opportunities for collaboration with the diaspora. So briefly, the African Center for Technology Studies was established in 1988 by the late Professor Callistus Juma as an African intergovernmental science, technology, and innovation think tank. And our mandate is to pursue policy-oriented research to strengthen the capacities of African countries and institutions to harness
Professor
science.
Ogada, kindly, if I may just butt in a bit, Professor Ogada, if you may just scoot over to your right, there's a light which is a bit blinding, so we are not able to see you clearly. So if you may just scoot over, I think it's to your right, just a bit, just a bit. Sorry about that, Prof. You may continue.
Okay, let's just check if it is now better or it isn't yet.
Well, I think you may.
Yeah, it's rather bright. You're right.
Yeah. No, that one won't be able to see you.
No, it's probably gonna turn on the
I
light.
think I messed with you.
Professor
I
Gada
think I messed
wears
with you,
many
Prof.
hats.
You may just go. Yeah, you may just continue.
Proceed.
I messed with you a bit. Yeah.
Right.
Just continue. We'll bear with it.
Let me try this way.
Perfect. That's perfect.
Yeah, that's perfect.
That's perfect.
That is perfect. Okay, but let me go back.
Sorry about that, Prof.
I hope you'll add me another 2 minutes for that.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks very much. So as I was saying, we are a science, technology, and innovation think tank. We were established in 1988 by the late Professor Callistus Juma, that most of you in diaspora know. And we are mandated to support African countries and institutions to harness science, technology, and innovation for sustainable development. Through the 30 or so years that we have been around, we have supported quite a number of countries to come up with policies. For example, our work was very, very influential in the establishment of industrial property legislation and policy in Kenya, environmental impact assessment standards in Eastern and Southern Africa, and the formulation of bioenergy and biofuel policies in Eastern and West Africa. And it is through these policy footprints that our work is evident in most African countries, particularly in the area of agriculture, biodiversity, biotechnology, biosafety, and climate change. And I need to mention that ACT was the first African institution to organize an international conference to discuss options that African countries could adopt to mitigate the impact of climate change. It has also played a major role in the negotiation of the Convention of Biodiversity. And I need to conclude that introduction part by indicating that because of this excellent work, we have earned top rating among the environmental think tanks in Africa and in the world. And in 2026, we were rated among the top 3 most influential think tanks in the area of climate change globally, and number 1 in Africa. Currently, we are implementing 3 programs, and I wanted to mention this as a way of interesting you in terms of collaboration in the diaspora. The first program is on agriculture, food security, and nutrition. And here, our main aim is to support African countries and institutions to develop enabling environment and investment guidelines, programs and intervention to harness science, technology, and innovation for accelerating sustainable agriculture and food security through evidence-based policy research. Under this, we are focusing in 4 areas. One is the issue of food insecurity and undernourishment in Africa. 2, the impact of climate change to agri-food system and livelihoods. 3, high level of post-harvest losses in Africa, which currently average about 37%, and that is considered a major threat to African food and nutrition security. And finally, what we have been discussing this throughout the day, that is value addition and agro-processing. Our second program is the climate resilience economy. And here again, we hope to support the development of enabling policies, organizations, and institutions for harnessing the application of climate change-related science, technologies, and innovation in the area of energy access and security, water quality and security, biodiversity, agriculture, and natural resource management. And here again, we are focusing on 5 areas. One is climate change mitigation, adaptation, and negotiation. Capacity building in the area of climate change negotiation at international level, a very, very important role that we are playing in Africa. The issue of access to climate finance, we are also dealing with that. Green growth and clean and affordable energy. The third component is the science, technology, and innovation, knowledge, and society. And here we focus on undertaking key STI research and supporting the development of a cadre of researchers, analysts, and policymakers in Africa that can be able to pursue the interplay of science, technology, and innovation, knowledge, and society, specifically focusing on the African context. Now, with that background, and I just need to mention, we have just introduced a 4th program on the digital economy, and that therefore generally provide you with an overview of what we are doing and opportunities that are there for collaboration. Finally, then allow me just to explore with you 3 areas that I thought we could pursue in terms of collaboration. The main aim of such collaboration definitely will be to tap on the enormous skills and expertise of Africans in the diaspora, which can contribute to sustainable development in Africa in the 4 areas that I've listed. And I was thinking one strategy of realizing this is through joint resource mobilization for research and development. And I was very excited in the morning when Jibril mentioned about potential that are there coming up, particularly in USA, but also in other European countries that we could tap on to prepare joint proposal that could then address specific challenges that Africa face, and through that then also enable you to provide that expertise in addressing those challenges by using science, technology, and innovation. The second area, which again has been mentioned repeatedly, but I'm keen to repeat, is the whole issue of technology and skills transfer. And I just wanted to mention last year we did research that we undertook to explore the role of diaspora in the development of local pharmaceutical industries in West Africa. And through that research, we identified the following 4 possible areas of entry in supporting the manufacturing sectors, particularly—
Dr. Respectfully, just a time check, sir. Time check for conclusion.
I'm almost through. This is really the last part. Yeah. So, of course, apart from providing investment fund, we see that there are skills that are lacking that can support the pharmaceutical sectors, and those skills are available within yourself in the diaspora, and so you could be able to make them available in Africa, and explore partnership and best practices that can be tapped from wherever you are and brought back, and of course, potential for capacity building and internship opportunities. And then finally, for all this to happen, of course, there is need to have some policy guidelines, and I'm glad this morning quite a lot was mentioned around that. So apart from policy guidelines, but also incentives at both regional and national level, which can there make such collaboration possible. And therefore, we are keen to work with you as diaspora and be able to provide evidence that we can use to enable policymakers to formulate such policies based on information that we can be able to gather together. So way forward, we are very keen to continue talking with the key KDA and see opportunity of having a collaboration or partnership agreement with yourself, so that then we can be able to see how to implement some of these useful ideas. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ogada, CEO of ACTS. I'd like to just reach out to Jennifer Orwa if she is available now, in the interest of fairness and time.
Yes. Thank you so much. I am available, but I'm requesting Barbara to jump in case I lose my internet again. Barbara, please just upload, and if you hear me disappear, just continue the presentation. Thank you very much. I had just talked about the topic, so you can go ahead. You can go to the next slide. We know we have a very long history of traditional medicine. Next slide, please, Barbara. In the interest of time, we should just be clicking them, click it again, go on, please. Yes, we have had a lot, so I don't need to talk too much. I will just say that we have had a long history of traditional medicine from the roots. Even 2000 BC, we were eating the roots to help us. I think Barbara is having a challenge passing through the slides. So let me just talk while I'm able to be on the internet. So actually, we are just trying to encourage all of us to go back to our roots so that we appreciate the value of traditional medicine. So we know that there already exists a lot of databases of the African biodiversity, just waiting to be translated into new therapies. So what are we really waiting for? Let's continue. I know a lot of institutions nationally have silos, databases, which probably need to be brought together so that we can be able to access what is available for continued work. There are also a number of traditional knowledge networks, and I'm happy the KDA will be able to also improve and facilitate these networks to proceed. So what is really the role of alternative medicine in accelerating the attainment of the SDGs? I would say that, in fact, all the 17 SDGs
I think I'll continue from where she left.
Thank you.
Well, Prof. Orwa, is it okay?
Barbara, are you able to continue, please?
Yes, that's okay. I'll try and fit in your big shoes.
Yeah, I'm on SDG. Yes, you please continue with
Yes, go ahead, Barbara, go ahead. Thanks, Prof.
Where you are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. So Prof was saying that alternative medicine touches in one way or another.
Please. I'm in a problem.
It's okay. So in one way or another, alternative medicine actually touches on the 17 SDGs. but we'll concentrate on good health and well-being as being the center of the 17 SDGs. So what is the role of alternative medicine in accelerating attainment of SDGs? The goal is to use naturally available resources to improve health, nutrition, and well-being. And we believe that in Africa, we have a wealth of resources and we can get our own solutions. And how do we do that? Through research, value addition of or what has already been identified as medicines or what can be used to treat certain conditions, production, packaging. The packaging actually improves market. That means you get better value of money. Commercialization, and this is where we're really lacking in the research fields, and we need help with this, and marketing networks. So how big is the alternative medicine market? The market size was valued to be at 82 billion US dollars in 2020, and this is seen or has been foreseen or is expected to expand up to 2028. Industrialization aims to encourage commercialization of value-added medicinal plants as a source of foreign exchange for developing countries. And how do we do this? Through STIs and R&D, and this has been talked about the whole afternoon. Then use of existing indigenous knowledge of the large range of medicinal and aromatic plants to produce drug products for health, cosmetics, and present great success in industrial production of medicinal plants. And these are some of the uses of medicinal and aromatic plants. I want to go into details. You can use them in the food industry. You can use them in the pharmaceutical extracts or perfumes and cosmetics. So this is a graph showing exports and imports of medicinal plants in the EU, USA, and Japan from 1998 to 2002. And you can see in this graph, we are largely missing data from Africa because trade in medicinal plants in Africa is difficult to estimate accurately because much of the local trade is unrecorded. In 2006, at least they were able to capture some figure, and Kenya appeared to be one of the top 5 exporters of the global exports of botanical raw materials, extracts, and oils. And you see, we actually exported, the value of the export is large. So there's a wealth of resource in alternative medicine. Where is the business? There's vast amount of plant diversity that remains unexploited in Kenya. Vast amount of documented ethnomedical knowledge in the databases, though most of the research that is done and databases being uploaded is externally driven projects. So when you get donor funded, you'll definitely be forced to follow the agenda or write the agenda. But if we have money that is from us, from Africa, or from the diaspora, it means that we are going to drive agenda that is specific to us. So existence of infrastructure and expertise for STI and drug manufacturing, but there is lack of culture of business. Like us in the research world, yes, we do good research and most of it ends in publication. We don't commercialize. So that's where we want to get help from diaspora.
Just a time alert, respectfully, just a time alert, my dear. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
To date, Africa has contributed 7% of the world's leading commercial medicinal plants. And we look at health, there's a growing list of terminally ill patients who have been on drugs for long. And because they're not seeing any improvement, they decide to turn to alternative medicine. Conditions where herbal best products is gaining popularity, like in chronic diseases, burns, etc. However, technology is lacking to repackage these products and monitor the patient's progress. So how does the diaspora come in? The technology is available in other parts of the world, so they can definitely bring in invest in research, innovation, knowledge, and technology transfer. Kenya is a trusted source of validated and standardized natural products. Investments is required to acquire technology that package the products into consumer-friendly products. Building a digital library of an African traditional knowledge through existing databases and networks, and translating the data into innovation. Diaspora will also contribute to the human capital, the social capital, financial capital, and the political capital. So a parting shot will be that the diaspora of our developing countries can be a potent source for development of the countries of origin. We need to find innovative ways to make use of this diaspora contribution to drive the health agenda in Kenya towards achieving the SGD3. And together we will go far. And that's why we really thank KDA for bringing all the parties here, because we will partner to do more and to solve African problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barbara and Professor.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We need to mine the gold mine from the diaspora and make sure the traditional medicine is out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just moving fast and furiously along, I'd like to introduce His Excellency, Mr. Ndiritu Murithi, Governor of Laikipia County. Please, are you present? Just checking in if you're present and prepared. Excellency Murithi,
if we have the representative, if not, we have representative of Kericho Governor, Professor Mibei has been very patient as well. He's one of our senior scientists. So do we have a representative like Laikipia County? If not, the floor is yours, Professor Mibei. Or did we lose him too?
I believe we did.
Then we have Konza City. All this, the boiling pot is Konza City. We have representative of the CEO.
Awesome, fantastic. Can I please introduce Engineer John Tanui, Konza Technopolicy, the boiling specifically. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. A very good morning and evening to everybody. Could you please allow me to share my screen? My name is Anne Wafula, representing Engineer John Tanui, the CEO of Konza Technopolis. May I please share the screen?
Yes, you could. You're a co-host now.
All right, thank you very much. As I share the screen, I just want to talk about Konza a little bit as a way of introducing Konza Technopolis. I hope you can all see my screen now.
Perfectly.
Okay, in terms of, sorry. Good. So that is the CEO of Konza Technopolis, but just about ourselves. We are a key flagship project of Kenya's Vision 2030, and our aim is to assist the government in transforming the economy into a middle income economy by the year 2030. The authority is a special purpose vehicle that was formed to actually manage the development of the city and also attract investments in the city. As you may know, Konza is a master planned city, the best in class, with superior infrastructure, an amazing place for people to live in and do business. And as KOTDA, the authority that manages Konza Technopolis, we have established very business-friendly governance mechanisms to ensure that investors really feel comfortable in Konza. Now we have three main strategic clusters: ICT and IT-enabled services, life sciences, which is very, very important in this particular discussion, and engineering. Now, these three clusters are driven by R&D. The speakers ahead of us have spoken a lot about the need for research and development, the need for knowledge, training, knowledge transfer, and training to be able to build capacity for people to be able to do great things in the life sciences, in the food and indigenous medicine area. And you also have commercial development, because without businesses making money to sustain themselves, then we may not be able to do so well. Now, in terms of infrastructural achievements, this is Konza in a slide. We have our anchor tenant, who is a Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, a project by the Ministry of Education. We have an office complex. This is where we work. We moved from Nairobi, and we have a very beautiful home in Konza. This is it. Then we have done a lot of infrastructure in terms of horizontal infrastructure. These are pictures of the roads in Konza. Further, we have 2 data centers, phase 1 and 2, both up and running, available to host both government and enterprise data. And the aspect of data has been spoken a lot. We need to be able to have a place where we can compile all data. For example, how many research scientists are there out there in the diaspora in the country? What are they working on? How can we be able to put this thing together and have a good repository such that if anyone wants information, they're able to access it. If someone wants to accelerate the kind of research that goes in there, it will be very easy for them to do so. And we are very well placed as Konza Technopolis to actually facilitate this. And it will be a great honor for us. We also have state-of-the-art infrastructure like the wastewater reclamation facility, a first of its kind in the region, where about 95% of all the liquid waste in the city will be recycled back for use again for greening purposes. Now, a lot has been spoken about indigenous foods and medicine, but I'd like to skip this and go to what we think in Konza is important and what we can contribute. First, we can position Kenya together as a knowledge-based economy and a preferred ST&I destination. Through the diaspora, we appreciate that life sciences requires a lot of skills and expertise and resources as well. And this has been done a lot out there. But what about Kenya? What is a contribution that we can all put in together, for example, to foster the higher growth rate of technology in Kenya? Again, generate jobs. In Konza, we have a target of generating 17,000 direct jobs and 200,000 at the end of phase 3. But these jobs have to be really high quality and high skilled jobs. And of course, be a technology and a hub and a major economic driver for the nation. I'm trying to go very quickly because I know Gracie is about to ring the bell.
Yes, I was just about to say, and respectfully.
All right, so one other thing we are trying to do in Konza is to really promote the graduates in science and technology. And this we have done very well through the Ministry of Education, through our anchor tenant, the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, which is an R&D based university that will provide services at master's and PhD level for really, really high notch and high specialized R&D in life sciences, in ICT, and in engineering. But we also want to promote the growth of SMEs through our innovation hubs. Yes, we appreciate that innovation happens at all levels. But for us to be able to really upscale innovation, a lot has to go into it. And as Konza, we are not saying that the experts in acceleration, but we're looking for partners who will be able to accelerate and really provide value for innovators. Again, direct investment, FDIs from Kenyans in diaspora in terms of R&D and setting up smart innovation infrastructure. Now, what are some of the components of an effective knowledge economy and innovation ecosystem? We have the universities, we have the R&D centers, we have the acceleration labs, and most importantly, a link between the industry, the academia, the small businesses, and the community. This is a chain that actually is as weak as its weakest link. And all these are really provided for in Konza, not just through Konza, but through the whole country. And we are glad that NACOSTI is here. We're glad that organizations like ACTS have actually spoken about this. So our contribution, we have dedicated specific areas dedicated for life sciences, R&D, hospitals, pharmaceutical parks, for agri-tech centers, education sectors, right from basic to higher levels, for light manufacturing and industry, for innovation centers, and of course, beautiful places for residential and recreation activities. But we also want to promote a good quality of life through business-friendly governance systems. Now, this slide talks about opportunities for indigenous foods and medicines for both domestic and export markets. But I would like to talk about the diaspora's contribution. As I've mentioned, there's the issue of specialized skills. Also in R&D, for example, packaging. I traveled some time back with my dad, and we carried managu in the way we carry it at home. And at the airport, there were issues like, what is this? What are you carrying? But if this can be packaged well, with all those ingredients put in there, so that anybody can be able to read through the instructions and actually follow through up to the very end in terms of where did this food come from? Is it safe? Is it secure? Then I think we'll be going in the right direction. But we also see the diaspora offering a lot of partners and markets for products. And I think Madame Perez has spoken about the kind of products that she has in her shop. It is very, very inspiring to know that there's a market for these products. We just need to be ready for it. One-class products packaged beautifully with very good nutritional value. So this slide talks about all the investment opportunities in Konza. It's a city. It's a beautiful city. We need ICT-based products, smart facilities, life sciences. I think we could never get enough of this. Education sectors, real estate, our data center up and running to be able to host you, especially the data on the life sciences sector. And finally, we'd like to appreciate this session. I'd like to appreciate all the organizers and the partners, and really look forward to a roundtable discussion where we'll have more opportunities to discuss these issues in depth and really move forward with executable action items. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and so much appreciated. And as we move along fast and furious, I'd like to introduce His Honorable Peter Anyang Nyong as a representative coming out of the Kisumu Governor's Office. Can we have the representative from the Kisumu Office?
Thank you, Gracie. Thank you, Dr. Shem, and the organizers of this very important meeting. It's one very insightful meeting that I've sat through. It's been very invigorating. You know, it's one of those meetings that go on and you don't want to leave. I know that you constrained for time and we won't take up so much of your time. The governor would have really wanted to be here himself, but because of other commitments, he wasn't able to. So he asked me to step in for him. I want to start by telling a small story very quickly. I have this friend of mine who's a lecturer in one of the colleges around here. This guy has the tendency of every day or every 2 days walking over to Jubilee Market. People from Kisumu would know Jubilee Market. You find ladies there, our mothers, old mothers who sell traditional medicine, you know, in jerry cans. And this friend of mine goes there every day, 1 or 2 days, and takes a cup, drinks, and he smokes. This guy has never been to hospital for the longest time he can remember. You know, we kept challenging him. Why do you always go for this thing? You know, you're a lecturer, for heaven's sake. Until now, COVID struck. Then we realized that we have to revert back to alternative medicine. Now, to that extent, we realized that nutrition is going to play a very important role. So what we did is that we said, how can we help people, one, get to fortify themselves with food security, fast maturing African leafy crops, which are also nutritious. And we realized that was also going to help boost their immunity and help them. In fact, during that period, we endeavored to give you know, seedlings for fast maturing leafy crops to about 10,000 farmers who were able to plant over 300 acres with some of the crops I've had being mentioned here, Osuga, Dek, Bo. You know, I hope all of us can, you know, relate to those names. Those are French names from the lakeside. Now, Dr. Shem mentioned something when he was making his opening remarks. I missed one. But there are two things that are going to happen next year. One is the election Dr. Shem, what was the other?
Afro-Cities.
Exactly.
Afro-Cities, I believe. Afro-Cities. Yes, sir.
He is mentioning correctly. It's Afro-Cities Summit. Kisumu is going to be holding the ninth edition of this summit, which is a product of United Cities and local governments of Africa. And this is the first time that Afro-Cities is being held in an intermediary city. This is going to address or to try to understand how Afro-Cities or how intermediary cities can also play a role in determining or contributing to local economies. Now, something very important about the ninth edition of Afro-Cities is that it's the first edition that will involve the participation of the African diaspora. In all the other 8 sessions, they've never had, invitation to participate. Now, we want to notify this gathering, the KDA, that it's an opportunity to take very seriously. We need to engage. One thing that I didn't say as I was being introduced is that besides being the director of Governor's Press Unit and the county spokesman, I'm also the coordinator of Afro-Cities Summit. So we need to interact very closely to see how KDA can participate. Now, to take us to that level, there's been a lot of developments that have been going on around Kisumu. I want to say that since Professor came into government, we've seen a marked change to the extent for people who might be consuming social media, you might have come across Kisumu being called Europe. Well, it's not the EU, but it's the YU.
I was going to correct you that it's the YU.
Yes, YU, not
yes.
EU.
Yes.
Yeah, but that is, again, that is also Lake authentic Europe. There's quite a bit of spaces that have opened up that the diaspora can take advantage of. Remember that just the other day, the president opened or rather commissioned the completed refurbished port here. We are now really open for maritime transport, with maritime trade, shipbuilding. There's a shipbuilding yet. Kisumu and Bukoba in this region are the only 2 cities with dry docks. So we need to take advantage of those spaces. And now with the dying of trees, we are moving to a level where we are both construction with current technology like fiberglass. So these are things that the KD or rather the diaspora can take advantage of. Remember that we are finally reconnecting the lake to the sea through the meter gauge railway that is being rehabilitated. Already the SGR is at Naivasha and the meter gauge is almost complete, and we hope that we can start that kind of trading again. These are spaces that we need to open up. Just last week, and in preparation for Afro-Cities, the Cabinet Secretary for Devolution, Honorable Eugene Omalwa, officiated the groundbreaking of Afro-Cities Convention Center. Again, this is going to be the second convention center in Kenya after KICC. You can imagine that Kisumu is going to be able to play at the level of other areas within the Lake region, not just the Lake region economic bloc, but the larger Lake region, incorporating Uganda, Rwanda, for business tourism. As Governor Otichilo was making his, was giving his remarks, he talked about the possible expansion of the airport. There's been quite a bit going on around that to increase or to incorporate warehouses and cold rooms. And as part of preparation for Afro-Cities, there's another apron and hangar that are going to be built at a cost of about 1.4 billion to expand that capacity, the capacity of that airport from the current 500,000 passengers per year to about 1 million. So Kisumu is ripe for business. And as Prof says, Kisumu has stopped walking with the chicken and is flying with the eagles. Let's fly with the diaspora. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alois. Now, the governor has just called me now, Dr. and he has said that the seriousness he puts this conference, he has sent 2 senior managers of the county, and one of them has just spoken, and there is the other one waiting on the line. If you can give him 2 minutes to just greet. So, when Alois, maybe, where is Caleb?
Thank you, Engineer.
Caleb. Yes, Caleb is the economic advisor to the governor. Caleb, are you with us?
I'm also looking for him.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Caleb, we
Yes,
can
go
hear
ahead.
you.
1 minute, Caleb. Good to see you. Long time.
Yeah. Good to see you, Dr. Shem. You got lost after so many meetings and so many issues you wanted to discuss.
Now you know why, but please go ahead.
I've got some very good property for diaspora, affordable, a very good investment. This is a very growing area. I will get in touch with you on how we can benefit and push this through. Anyway, my role is very simple. I just wanted to talk to you, and I think I'm going to invite a couple of you to an investment breakfast for those who will be available that will be held on the 22nd of July at the Serena Hotel. So if I can get to know who I can invite from the diaspora so that we can talk about the business opportunities that have been developed in Kisumu, and that is based on the 5 years that the governor has already in the tenure of the governor. Now, we are talking about to a very, very important constituency in Kenya's economy. I think I will emphasize it again that it's not gainsaid that the diaspora are our biggest contributor in terms of foreign exchange remittances. And I think what they do in propping up the shilling is very well known. So they're a very, very important constituency in this discussion. So why are we talking about investing in Kisumu? Already, we have put in place quite a number of value propositions. One, it's a strategic national asset as a city of repute. Two, we're also talking about its strategic geographical location. I had Vihiga talk about being in between 2 international airports, Eldoret and Kisumu. We own the airport. So that is one area where we're very proud of as the entry point into the East and Central African region. We've got wide market access. We've got favorable investment policies. We are currently in the process of organizing an investment conference. And this investment conference will be one that will try and exploit the resources in Kisumu and make that work for the development of the area. We've got a young, highly educated and skilled labor force, and we are creating a low-risk investment environment. We are going to have one of the first in Kisumu, and we're going to try and emulate Rwanda, where we have a one-stop shop and a very vigorous and robust investor aftercare once we get investors on board. So we've talked about wide market access. Kisumu is a launching pad to the East and Central commercial market. It's got about 20 member countries. It's got about a population of 444 million and a total GDP of 360 billion. It's only from Kisumu that you can reach this wider access. Then there's the SADC, member countries 26, population 600 million people. We also have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, members 55, 1.3 billion population, and a total GDP of about 3.4 trillion. Now, given the contest between the East and the West, the growth of China and the influence of China, and also the growth of the US and Europe, you can see that Kenya is very centrally located to be the entry point for the road that and the ambitions of China. So we are once again going to take advantage of the growth of these two competing regions to also grow our area. So we also want to exploit, and I think the diaspora can help us with this. We also want to exploit the trade preferential treatment, which is about AGOA, and which in previous discussions has not been well exploited, has not been optimized. So the diaspora people can help us do this in a way that will be mutually beneficial both to the Americas and Kisumu. So I will not take much of our time. I will just leave it that this conversation needs to go on. And for those who would like to partner with Kisumu, we shall have a breakfast meeting on the 22nd of July this month at the Serena. I want to extend an invitation to members who would like to participate and hear what we've got to offer. But we also have the bigger conference, investment conference, that will be held from the 27th to the 29th of September. And once again, we call upon you to try and find out how you can be part and parcel of a new growth opportunity that's based on the vision in 2050. Where do we want Kisumu to be? That's all I've got to say. And Shem, Dr. Shem, it's nice touching base once again.
Thank you, Caleb. Thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. Shem.
Thank you very much, Caleb. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long time, but we have just one final. We saved best for last. Allow me to acknowledge Madam Bella Auma. Bella is a former chair emeritus of World Bank Africa Society. Bella, you in the house? Washington, D.C. Bella is a spouse to Oliver Litondo and happens to be mother of our co-moderator, Gracie. Bella, you are in the house? If
yes,
not,
I am. Thank you. Yes, I am.
Just wave in the interest of time. Huh?
I did.
Thank you so much. Good to see you, and regards to Mzee Oliver. Oliver is our Hollywood film director and creative arts and all that. We didn't have opportunity to talk about creative arts. 2021 is the year, but Gracie is representing you very well. Thank you so much for her.
Thank you. And now we are Kisumuans, me and Oliver. We are now in Kisumu.
Well done, congrats. And we also have worship mayor Elizabeth Kang'ethe from London. There haven't been many African mayors in London. Madam, just wave if you're still in. I know you've been sitting in your worship. Elizabeth, if you're still in.
Yes, I'm here. How is everybody? And thank you so much, Dr. Shem. I really appreciate being part of this. Thank you, everybody. We are heading there now. We're heading to Kenya. This is where the West is heading to now. I really appreciate being in their midst, and I've been.
Thank you so much.
Sister
Rachel Mwakazi from Norway. If you are in, please just wave. Rachel, is she still in? Okay. Anthony White. Anthony, if you can just wave, please. I know he's on the phone, but that's fine. Okay, our last speaker, and I must apologize.
I'm here.
Okay, delighted you could make it. Please welcome. We must apologize. Some of our participants and speakers couldn't get in. We don't know what happened with Zoom. We had sufficient space. So one of our speakers representing Governor Kivutha Kibwana, Agneta, Director of Diaspora Affairs, please, over to you, and hand back over to Debal and Gracie. The floor is yours. 5 minutes if we can wrap up. Agneta, the floor is yours. She has been following on Facebook Live, but welcome into the house. Agneta, if you can unmute, please.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Thank you,
Hi, good to see you.
Chair. Good to see you too, guys. It's been long. Sorry that Governor Kibwana couldn't participate because he's recovering from surgery that he had last month. I'm going to take 2 minutes. Makueni County is one of great counties in the Lower Eastern region. And we have a very robust system of engaging the diaspora, in that we create different diaspora chapters depending on the different cities that they are in. And we've had 4 diaspora chapters: Mombasa, Nairobi, UK, and the US. And didn't continue creating more chapters. But one of the things that we've realized is that diaspora are one of the key economic stimulus agents in sustainable growth and sustainable development in any region. So one of the things that we've done is being great partners to the KDA and making sure that at least we engage the diaspora in the various areas, especially in research and in investment areas. We have a robust spatial plan as Makueni County, and you can log into our website and check the different investment zones that we have, depending on the different regions that we've allocated. So we welcome the diaspora to actually engage with us in research, in investment, around the green energy. That's one of the areas that we've been looking forward to having investors in, because Makueni is one of the hot zones. So solar is a great resource to us here. We also have great investment opportunities in the fruit market and also in the cereals and herbs, because in the hot zones, we have faster growth of the agriculture-based produce. So this has been a very great opportunity for us as Makueni County. And I think Dr. Shem, I can share my email address and also contacts for whoever wants to engage with us as Makueni County, so that we can be able to engage, partner. We have a very robust partnership with private sector that we can engage in the different areas that one would want to engage with us and invest in. So I'll give my contacts so that I can provide the required linkage that anyone out there in the diaspora or any diaspora returnees, because I happen to be also a diaspora returnee from South Africa, can come on board and work with us as Makueni County and also the neighbors. So thank you very much, Dr. Shem, and thanks to all the other guests who presented.
And thank you, Agneta. One of the things that you could have mentioned to the meeting is about the mango plant in Makueni, and of course the potential for investment and what we are doing with Makueni, with NCA, National Construction, and NITA, about breeding contractors in Makueni. That would be of point of interest, but you are finished already now. This is Engineer Kalomba.
I had been given a very short time of 5 minutes. That's why I said I will provide linkage. I'll provide my contacts so that you can engage. We have the mango fruit processing. We are getting actually into tomato processing. We also have bulking of cereals, and we're starting with Ndengu, going to the green grams. So there's a lot of potential that we have, and I can also share our County Vision 2025, which has the different industries. We even have macadamia industry. We have sisal industries. We've created different cottage industries across the county. I know the mango has been one of the great marketers of our
We lost you.
Yeah, we lost Agneta there. I think, yeah, the signal got weak a bit.
Yes.
Right. Over to you, Christine.
Over to you, Engineer Kalomba. Anything more? Would you like to just add to some of what she said?
Yeah, we have a program we are working with the Makueni County, and the governor is very excited about it. It starts from the mango and feeds, animal feeds, and the green grams he has talked about, and of course the water drilling, and a lot of things that we are doing for Makueni, and every governor now wants to go and benchmark, which is exciting. And of course we want to model Makueni for benchmarking so that the rest of the counties again can emulate the same. So Agneta has spoken very powerful things, and the governor had already really indicated what Agneta has said. So I think we are well to go. We'll invest in Makueni even the more. Thank you very much.
We thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. Shem.
Maybe Agneta, we lost you just 1 minute to conclude. 1 minute or 30. 1 minute, yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think Engineer Kalamba was is one of the great investors in Makueni, and is one of the examples of diaspora investing in Makueni. And one of the things that
Okay, sorry. Seems we have a challenge
network
with the network. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have to bring the meeting to an end, but maybe on behalf of the co-moderators, did we miss any speaker in the house? I know Dr. Sioi, regulator, was on the road. Professor Oroa, I believe you didn't get him. I just want to be sure we didn't miss any speaker who is in the house. And we really apologize for the speakers who are not able to get in for some reason into the hall. But we'll take that up with the Zoom and just check how come that was the case. But other than that, maybe your final words, Debal and Gracie.
Kericho did not say something.
Kericho County, there was Professor Bay. Is there a representative in the house?
I'm
Kericho
here.
County? Because it
Kericho
was Professor
County.
Mbey, but
yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm
go
here.
ahead. 5 minutes, please. Apologies.
Okay. I've been on actually on it. I went off and on.
Okay, sorry about
that. Are you with me now?
Yes,
Can you
go
hear
ahead.
me now? Okay, I would want to, of course, everyone knows Kericho County. I'm representing Governor Chepkwony of Kericho County, who actually has been doing so much to make sure that the county does very well. And I'm his economic advisor at the moment. So Kericho County has been known for several years now, or maybe even a century, as a county that is known for producing tea, quality tea. But then when the governor came in, he actually introduced what we call one word, one product. That means each sub-county has got to produce one specific product. Like some areas we know for tea, some areas for pineapples, some for coffee, and so forth. So that is what has been done in these last 8 years now. So Kericho County has been growing in that manner. Now also, I've actually been doing some research work with His Excellency the Governor of Kericho County on medicinal plants, whereby he has actually patented 13, he has actually made 13 patents. And one of the products that we came up with was a product that we believe is very good against COVID-19. And the reason why I came in on it is because I'm a mushroom specialist, and I came in to add the mushroom component in this COVID-19 mitigation. And that's where we are now. We have actually submitted our samples for verification by the government, and we are waiting for them to tell us the way forward. So that is what we have done on that part. And we have also been doing so much in trying to make sure that we have our herbalists recognized in the Kericho County, so that they can bring also samples that can be tested and also commercialized at some point. So with the few minutes that I have, I think if there is any question, I should be able to clarify now.
Yeah, moderator, I just want to confirm something that we did in 2014 with the governor of Kericho, where we appointed him as a federation, Tuakali Federation, to be our expert advisor on herbal medicine protection and patent. And he has been eager to support the Tuakali sector and the herbalists in Kenya. And then Professor Nyang Nyong has really wanted me to mention something here, that the various discussions that you have had with him, he says that his mother is a herbalist. So this topic we are talking about, he cannot go away from it because his mother, who brought him up, is a herbalist, and he wants to be very keen on this topic so that herbal medicine works for this economy. The last one is that the very many policies that we have developed in this country and the bill that we developed has not seen the light of the day that to come out clear for.
Okay, thanks a lot, engineer. Debala and Gracie, if you want to say your final words, then I can conclude, and Ambassador Beja moves a vote of thanks. Debala and Gracie.
So just thanks, everyone. I placed a note in the chat. Quickly, everyone, please place your contacts in the messages so when we look through them, we can have your contact information and provide you, follow-up. I also placed a short presentation on the linkages we have in the US and the diaspora, specifically agencies, different organizations, and also associations. Thank you, everyone, for having us, and over to you, Debal.
Thank you, Gracie. It's been a pleasure co-moderating with you. I think it's been a good journey. And I want to thank every participant, from the organizers. They always say it takes 1,000 voices to tell a single story. And that's what exactly we've done this evening. I think it's been a very rich stream of information we've had here. And I can see many of you also want to get the presentation. I know KDA will facilitate that so that you may be able to get the presentation that were made here today. Especially the PowerPoints, yes. And of course, also you have the recording, you have the link. I think also Gracie facilitated that on the chat. You can actually just copy it, save it, and follow up the conversation later. But I want to thank you so much for the opportunity. Dr. Shem, thank you. I think this has been a wonderful
Thank you so much.
And meetings, great minds that sometimes you cannot really, have the time.
We are closing.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks.
So I want to say thank you so much. And also I want to appreciate Joyce Mboka, who has been also a great co-host with us, with the sign language as well. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
Debal. Thank you.
Professor Urua, was that Dr. Siroi you were talking to unfold?
Bye.
Just as we conclude, we're just concluding now. Professor Urua, was that Dr. Siroi? Otherwise, if not, Professor Mibei himself, one of our topmost scientists, the patents he talked about for Governor of Kericho, Professor Chepkwony, actually some of them are registered in the US. So really, this is top notch. So, and I'm proud to say 2 Kenyans actually working on COVID are advising superpowers. One advising the US government on managing COVID, another advising the government of China. So you are in very good company. Lastly, my word is on behalf of KDA, just to thank you everybody, David Sijane and everyone. Ambassador Beja will be giving a vote of thanks for getting us this far. A major takeaway is the 10 also mini industries already we are hearing of, the 10 counties we are working with. We want to build a network of those micro industries. This is how India grew, Korea, China, and the other Southeast Asian countries. There's no reason why we can't go that way. We'll be keeping you posted. Sorry for overshooting our time. Over to you, Ambassador Beja and your team for patiently moving us this far.
Hey, 1 minute. Congratulations, Shem, you pulled it through.
Thank you so much.
Dr.
We know we have Dr. Chandaria and Mama Mdhoni Likimani and Mzee Mudi Warrior and Professor Were. You are our spiritual guide. So we're bold enough to do it. Thank you so much. And thanks for staying in from beginning to the end. Ambassador Beja, the floor is yours.
Thank
Dr.
you
Shem, you
very
have done
much.
something, you have not confirmed something, Dr. Shem.
Which one?
Dr. Manu Chandaria threw in a question.
Thank you,
which we
thank
need
you.
to
Thank
reply
No,
to
never
him
mind,
after
we'll
the
take it
conference.
offline. We're currently working together with him to build the cancer center in Kisumu. That's a story for another day. We'll have enough opportunities to venture into those. Ambassador Beja, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shem and everybody around. One, I want to recognize the two eminent lady and gentlemen, Professor Miriam Were and Dr. Manu Chandaria, who have sat throughout the webinar. But also to thank our partners who partnered with us in this journey. And I will start by NACOSTI, that is the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, National Research Fund, NFR, Africa Center for Technology Studies, ACTS, the Kenya National Federation of Jua Kali Associations, and the Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency, KEPROBA. Also with UNESCO, Konza Technopolis, and the new kid on the block, TapTap sent from the UK. I want also to appreciate the
have a network challenge.
The audiences.
Colleagues, Professor Miriam, I wanted to request you to pray for us. The next time we have an event, you will have opportunity to share as our top-notch medic. Thank you, everybody. The committee that worked so hard, the tech committee, burning midnight oil. We are meeting on the other side of Zoom just to do a little recap. Committee, please. So, Professor Were, please bless us with a word of prayer. You can unmute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we thank you for this. We thank you for those who thought about it, for those who have planned up, and those who have managed to make it happen today. Thank you, Almighty God. We thank you that we have been able to be part of this. And we thank you for the encouragement and hope that we see in our young people as they move forward collaboratively for a brighter future for our people. We know, oh God, that you want abundant lives for us. And we thank you that we are exploring ways for the abundant life. And as we partner, oh God, keep our minds clear and keep us of ways to promote the abundant life for everybody. Bless each of us, oh God, and especially those who are working on this program. Bless them as they go home. Bless those who are traveling, and keep us safe, oh God, in all situations. Keep us safe until these aspirations have been put into effect. For we pray in your almighty name. Amen.
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 Amen. Amen.
Thank you so much, everyone. And we're sorry for overshooting our time, but it was for a good cause. Stay blessed. We'll be communicating more. Bye-bye and take care.
Amen.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Just go green and stay green. Huh?
Bye-bye.
Go
Thank
green.
you so much, Gracie and
Bye-bye.
Jabal, for a
Green.
fantastic job as always.
Support youth.
Thank
Go
you.
green.
Thank you. Thank you.
Support
Bye.
God bless you all.
Thank you, Joyce. Thank you, Engineer Kalomba. Be blessed.
Okay, good. 7:30.
Thank you, Knight.
Good night.
Heading the help desk, the young people.
Good night. Good night.
Sorry, we didn't have a chance to recognize everyone. A sincere apology. Rukia, delighted to know Masabit in the house. We are coming there next. About 6 months ago, we did an ICU facility with partners in Wajir County. So we're keen to go to all the 47 counties. Be blessed.
Be blessed.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Have a good morning for colleagues in Australia down under. And have a good afternoon. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Dr. Did you say we are meeting after this?
Yes, we are meeting on the other platform, yes.
We
Usual
sign
regular
out from this?
platform.
We sign out from these 4 hours.
It's got to be marathon. There's work to be done, engineer.
Yeah,
Thanks a
I've
lot,
seen it.
Barbara, for bringing the pieces together.
Yeah, greetings from Professor Nyongo, specifically, Daktari.
Thank you, Pamoja.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Pamoja.
Duncan. Sorry we didn't give everybody a chance. Thanks a lot, and regards to Konza City. It's our go-to. It's the platform where all this is going to boil.
Yeah.
Bye-bye, everybody. Be blessed.
Kudos.
So the tech, you can end the meeting now.
The link for the other meeting, Daktari, you will circulate?